Please could you make your way to your seats as soon as possible? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome to sunny Napier.
Good morning.
Something of an improvement on the weather from Nelson. Good morning and welcome to sunny Napier. Ooh, I've got a delay loop. That's even better. This is NZNOG, if anybody's in the wrong place. Brought to you with our naming sponsor, .NZ. This has been a great year for us for sponsors. We've had probably the most complete roster of sponsors ever. The sponsors are incredibly important. We get in more money from sponsorship than we do from people paying conference fees. So, you know, it's more than half of the cost is covered by sponsors. So you will have seen the signs. I won't go through them all now, but if you get a chance, go and talk to them and say thank you, please. Just the housekeeping. The assembly point is out the front of the building. This is Napier. It's known for earthquakes, or at least one big earthquake. So, you know, standard advice, if you're in New Zealand, drop and hold if you have an earthquake, and if it's long and strong, then we're worried about tsunamis. Go to higher ground, which either means going up in the hotel or up the hill. There is first aid and defibrillators at the front office. The toilets are next to the lifts. There is complimentary Wi-Fi, and more about that in a minute. If you have used the car parking and you need a pass, you can go and see the reception. There is no smoking anywhere in this building, so please go outside and step away from the building. The doors are a little bit confusing. There's 3 sets of glass doors and you need to be using the middle one. The hint is if it says fire exit only, then that's not the main doors and you shouldn't use them unless, of course, there is a fire or an emergency. The Wi-Fi is NZNOG 2025. Please don't use the NZNOG SSID, just the 2025 one, and the password's the same but in small letters. And thanks to Now NZ, who tweaked all the settings on their system yesterday. This is now the biggest ever NZNOG. We got over 190 for a couple before COVID, and then we've slowly been recovering since, but we've got up there. This is also the 20th ever standalone NZNOG conference. So we're doing quite well. At the last conference, we said goodbye to Yvonne, who was our organiser. She's having fun in retirement and using some of the NZNOG merchandise she's collected over the year. This year we have 2 new staff who you will have met when you signed in and got your... the organiser is Bex and our administrator / assistant organiser is Becca. This is not confusing at all. They seem to go okay with B1, B2 jokes, so you know, that's fine. Just as a reminder, NZNOG is run by a trust. It's a non-profit trust. The trustees are myself, Dave Mill, Nathan Ward. Barry is still trustee. He's not here this year. He's slowly stepping down. We've had 2 new organisers helping us this year, Etu and Maria. They are on their way to becoming trustees. It's just the existing lazy ass trustees need to get their ass into gear and do the paperwork. But, we'll get there. The trustees make the conference happen. That's the main job as a trustee. We appoint the conference organiser who does a lot of the work. We find the sponsorship. We make sure a program's put together, and we oversee the running of the conference. This year we got called out publicly for being late with the program. I don't know why we're always late with the program. What happens is, of course, we put out a call for papers, and then a lot of enthusiastic people put in proposals, and we sit on our ass for a while and do nothing. And that's why we're late, in theory. But in practice, we don't get lots of enthusiastic people putting in talks. This year is noted, so the first year we don't have a retail service provider providing any talk at all. We do have lots of local content. Chorus have really stepped up. We have our, usual wonderful, international speakers who've come along. But we really need service providers to provide operational contact. That's what the conference is really about, and it's probably been the most unfortunate aspect. So we spent a lot of time trying to persuade people to talk, and that's we can put out a program once we've got a program, but it takes quite a lot of work and quite a lot of time. If you are an operational service provider and you're thinking you've got a talk or might have a talk, come and talk to us, please. We've had a lot of people do their first ever public talk on the stage, and it's normally gone really well, and we're happy to help out, discuss, or do whatever we want. This evening we have a selection of activities. There is the outdoor escape room. We haven't managed to change the time, so it starts basically when the program ends, and it's in front of the Scenic Hotel just across the road. The people going to the aquarium, there are buses. There's a large parking area out the back of the Scenic Hotel, so that's where the buses will be. And then the dinner and drinks are back here from 6 o'clock. When you finish there. I've just been asked to remind you that the NCSC are here. Do you guys want to stand up? They're quite keen to talk to anybody if you've got any tics or issues, anything like that.
And we're looking forward to see how many of you are going to notify presentations this time.
Okay, that's us. So one of the reasons we're a bigger conference this year is we've managed to bring in some new people through a program called Sisters, which Narelle talked about last year, I believe. That ran yesterday, and I believe it was very successful, and Sabrina's going to come and give us an update.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a little excited this morning because I'm riding a high from yesterday. We have been running the Sisters program in Australia for, I'm going to say 4 years. It's 3 years. 2001 happened in 2002 for reasons we all know. But since then, we are now in our 5th successful year. And on the back of that, NZNOG has shown interest in bringing the program to Australia. To New Zealand. And I can tell you it was amazing. The uptake we had on sponsorship, the uptake we had on applications from sisters across New Zealand far exceeded our expectations. We had 17 sisters in the room yesterday. We had 3 speakers who joined us. One we brought over from Australia, but she is a Kiwi, and the rest, so it was all New Zealand content. And it was just a really great day. It's about upskilling, yes. It's about getting female representation here, especially from women who usually wouldn't have the opportunity or even dare ask to attend a conference like this. And it's about sisterhood, but most importantly, it's about empowerment, because if we don't feel we have a voice in this industry, then we're not going to stick around. And hopefully, we want you to have us stick around. So, I'm really thrilled to thank our suite of sponsors. Now, we only had 5 months minus 6 weeks at Christmas to plan all this, so it was an amazing feat that we were able to bring on so many sponsors and make the program a success financially. That said, as of today, the 2006 Sisters NZ program is open for applications and for sponsorship. So anyone who's interested in helping further our cause, please talk to me and talk to any of the sisters that we have in the room about how they felt about the program, if you want to get a feel for, is this right, does this fit in with our corporate culture type of thing, and we'd be happy to have many more companies on our board for the next year. So key takeaways from what we did yesterday, and these are oversimplified, don't cover at all what the women who came learned, but we were telling them that there are many different career paths and that they just need to embrace any growth opportunity that is presented to them. That they need to present their ideas with confidence, grow and use their networks, and they're gonna grow their network here today, and then they're gonna pull on you over the next couple of years, and that they absolutely have to know their worth. And one of our speakers, this is her tagline, so at the end of every conference, there's a lot of mantra chanting, and it's like, you are awesome. So all of them said that yesterday. I hope they believe it. I believe it. They're phenomenal women. This is our 2025 cohort, and I'm gonna put them on the spot. If all of the sisters in the room could please stand up. They're amazing women. We're happy to have them as part of our alumni. As the program grows, we will try and figure out, and sometimes in conjunction with the people in this room, how we can expand our offering to them and help them grow further. That said, presentation skills was one of the things we worked on. Our goal is to try and get more women on the stage. I would like to invite up Abir Mackey and Margie Doshi to say a few words about their experience, because I can stand here all day and tell you how phenomenal it is and how great a job I did, but that's not what you need to hear. You need to hear from the people who went through it. So please welcome Abir and Margie.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, kia ora katoa. You cannot be what you cannot see. This quote means so much to me. And yesterday I experienced what it actually means. Through IAA Sisters, I found myself in a room with brilliant, passionate women with drive, courage, and courage to create change. The energy in the room was infectious. It reminded me of how important spaces like these are, especially for women in tech. Over the last 2 years since going to Sisters Workshop in Melbourne, I've grown in ways I've never imagined. I've learned to speak and speak up. I've learned to ask for what I want. That might sound very simple, but for me it was something that I used to struggle with. And I credit communities like IAA Sisters wholeheartedly for helping me find my voice and use it with confidence. Yesterday was such a powerful experience. We learned about the incredible journey of IAA Sisters and its exciting inauguration in New Zealand, which is such an amazing milestone. We explored presentation skills, how to show up with confidence, how to be in charge of your own careers. We had honest conversations about navigating tech as women and what it means to be together. Something that really stood up to me is how rare it is to see so many women in this industry. In most tech environments, including my workplace, I walk in and sometimes I see there's only one or two women, only a handful of women. Looking around and seeing so many women yesterday gave me hope. Hope that we're moving in the right direction, that we're creating a future where this is the norm, not the exception. I left the workshop feeling empowered, inspired, and truly transformed. I don't think I could have ever imagined standing here today doing the speech, because I am not a confident person, and I know we're not allowed to say that anymore. But it's because I've seen incredible mentors that have led by example from yesterday. IAA Sisters has been more than a network, so thank you everyone that were involved in organizing this. To the sponsors in the room, I want you to know that what you're doing is remarkable. You're not just supporting a program, you're opening doors. You're changing lives. You're helping women like me to find their voice, discover their potential, and shape their careers. And I mean it. Because of this community, I feel more confident to do meaningful work for the company I work in, for the country I work in, and for myself. Thank you, IA sisters, organizers, mentors, Narelle, Sabrina, and everyone in this room for creating a safe space that empowers, elevates, and transforms. I'm proud to be a part of this journey, and I can't wait to see where we'll go. Thank you.
Mine is simpler than that, really. I just wanted to take the opportunity to share the experience and the feedback about the event that was hosted by IS yesterday. I really want to thank the entire team behind it. There are a lot of incredible effort, not just during the event, but all the planning and preparation ahead. From booking flight that really tailored to our preferences and timeline and schedule, and then to the hotel that is really close and convenient to all where the event is taking place. I feel that there are a lot of details that have been taken care of, so thank you for that. What stood out for me really, the thoughtful selection of the speakers. And they are very incredible engineers. The topic were very resonating with us. There are a lot of takeaways. Kat, for example, shared a powerful workshop about presentation skills, which give you the idea about how your thoughts can influence how you're perceived by people. So when you walk to the stage, you need to be mindful about your thoughts before you speak to people, and that eventually will affect how you're perceived by the people around you. Cheryl as well had a fantastic career planning workshop, and she just validated what the woman is through from a challenges perspective in the workplace, and this validation really powerful. You can't find this validation everywhere, really, so that's really thoughtful. Also, Alicia, who shared her success story, that was really inspiring, and she was telling it with very humble voice that you feel, oh, success is not out of reach, it's very close, that you can achieve it. And the idea of having this, your village or your tribe, from cheerleader to sponsors, I think we all need this from a woman perspective in the tech industry. Overall, it was really fulfilling experience from start to end with all the preparation and all the event planning. I'm grateful to be here with the great leaders. Thank you for this, and thank you for having us.
I think from my perspective, I think from our perspective, from our perspective, this is a success. We've now had 2 first-time speakers join us on stage. They've grown immensely in the last 24 hours, and I think that we couldn't ask for anything more. Looking forward to rejoining you at NZNOG next year. This is my first time here, and I'm looking forward to what I get out of the next couple of days. But please do, if anybody has any questions, please see myself, please see Narelle. We are always more than happy to discuss this program and what we could do with it with anybody who is willing to listen. Thank you.
Yeah, we did have time for questions now. But right. So now we're moving on to the technical content of the part of the conference. And so first up, we've got Brent from Chorus, and he's talking about the big fibre boost.
Right. Good morning. Absolutely fantastic to hear about that session yesterday. I think it's great that everyone here is getting involved in that. Yes, my name is Brent Marquis. I am the Manager of Network Engineering at Chorus. My team are responsible for everything that has flashing lights, from ONTs, aggregation, transport, the management systems for those as well. Enough about me. I'm not here to talk about me. I'm here to talk about the Big Fibre Boost and some of the amazing work my team has been doing. This is also known as my very purple presentation. So why? Let's start with the why. Why do we need more speed? Why are we doing this? It's pretty simple, right? New Zealand is doing more online. We all know it. This is a centrepiece from our Fibre Lab tour. Many of you will have seen it before. There's no holding back bandwidth consumption. People are piling devices into their homes. They are consuming bandwidth like they never have before. They are downloading Fortnite, whether they know it or not. And they are streaming rugby, sport, streaming games now as well, of course. Right. So this is all not news to this room, I suspect. I've done a little bit of a study into this actually. We have an idea of power users. That's anyone on our network that is using more than 1 terabyte of data per month. Study might be overselling it, but then I thought, what does this mean for the NZNOG attendees today? And I made a Venn diagram. So I strongly suspect that I'm preaching to the converted. A plan for everyone is what we like to have. So 3 years ago, we did our first Big Fibre Boost. We decided that 100 meg was not enough for the 60 to 65% of households that are in that medium t-shirt size plan. We actually saw that 15-ish% of services were hitting their max bandwidth during peak hour, so I thought, let's unleash it. We boosted to 300 meg for that plan. We aren't seeing the same level of that maxing out this time round. We want to be ahead of the curve. We want to look after that 60-65% and make sure they have what they need. So we have a policy of a congestion-free network. Many of you will also know that. That's a key principle to that is investing before the need. You want to not wait until it's too late. That actually applies for accesses and services as well, we believe. So what are we changing this time? These are all megabits per second. I realised I should have probably had the units on here for this audience. Not megabytes per second, not kilobits per second. It's not Australia. So we are going to take... I do it every time. We are going to take the 300-100 plan to 500-100. Home Fibre Starter, or Home Fibre 50. The same plan has two kind of names there. We'll boost it from 50-10 to 120. And Smart Locations SFP, which some of you may use, will go from 50-50 to 100-100. We will do some changes to the systems facing the RSPs, so we'll update the names of those plans to Home Fibre 500 and such as well. There's a parallel piece of work going on with our small medium enterprise or small business fibre type services. We're going to launch a small business Hyperfibre 1000. That's a symmetrical 1 gig service that is overclocked, so the layer 2 rate is about 1.1 gig per second. Lets you see the 1000 on an Ookla speed test if that's important to you as a business. We're going to increase the high priority CIR of those plans, give you a bit more committed information rate. We're improving the business restoration times. Currently, if you log a fault before midday, we fix it by 7 PM, that will be 6. We're trialling a free critical response. So critical response is where you can come to us and say, it's broken, I'm in a panic. We'll get a technician to you within 2 hours. I think the cost for that is usually $800-ish. For the 12-month trial, you get one free. We want to work on restoration reporting. So we do see that the services with increased SLAs or enhanced SLAs, they do get resolved faster, as you'd expect. We don't really talk a lot about it publicly or to our customers, so we want to report on it and we want to communicate that. How are we approaching the boost? Let's get into the nitty-gritty. So what we will do is work through internally, of course, to decide what we want to do boosts-wise, what the rationale is, what speeds we want to target. We then consult with our service providers on that. It's an absolutely key part of it, accept any feedback that we can. We talk to the TCF about the whole thing, because that is also the official path. We then work through all of our systems design, network design, the whole shebang for the changes, as you can imagine. We develop and test the scripts that we use. Some of my team who have been working on that are here front and centre, so you can ask them lots of questions later. We continue to communicate with the industry. There is lots of comms. We want to keep our RSPs informed and accept feedback. We prepare the end-to-end migrations process. We actually do a lot of validation as well. As you can imagine, if you're changing hundreds of thousands of customers, you want to make sure that your data is perfect as you do that switch. So we clean up any discrepancies and do a lot of pre-qualification. That's systems and network migration. So we've got some learnings from the past. We can't ask RSPs to do this order by order, like it would either never happen, take ages, or just choke everybody's systems. We can't use our internal ordering type systems for the same reason. It just doesn't scale. Boosting the network only, just going and tweaking QoS policies and exiting stage left, is not really doable either. It doesn't give everybody a good experience. You don't necessarily know what your customers then have. It'll say 300, but you've got 500. Yeah, horrible. We have some complications this time round. We are doing a rather sizable, it's probably an understatement, provisioning stack upgrade. We've had to be very careful about what changes we're making when and what systems we can and can't touch through the process. We've got some overlap of some network templates to be boosted, so we need to break those apart. There's some offers that we're not boosting actually use the same underlying network configuration. Positive, so we've been here before, so we've created a lot of the capability around both processes and scripts and database updates last time round. We've got lots of learnings from last time, so we haven't had to do as much analysis work up front. And the network migration scripts thankfully only needed, I'll be careful about saying this with Ray sitting at the front, relatively minor updates. Might be underselling that. What are those systems and networks? I'm going to be a bit selfish. My area of responsibility, as I say, is kind of network management systems down. I will ignore the ordering systems and the customer-facing ones for a minute, but we can talk about those later in one of the breaks if you like. We have the AMS, the Access Management System from Nokia, and a little attachment to that called the APC, the Access Provisioning System, which is what the ordering systems talk to. That manages the ONTs and OLTs only. We have an NFMP, Network Function Manager packet, that manages our fibre aggregation network, all of our Nokia 7750s and satellites. We have a script server that floats in the middle, and that's where we do all our magic. What we need to modify really is the aggregation ingress policies, GPON policies, like some of the shaper profiles, and OLT policies. And something else we've been kind of key taking into this is to not impact the services or leave them possibly broken. That's pretty key. Surely you're scripting this. Yes, of course we are. I've talked about the script server. We automate as much as we possibly can. We're dealing with the scale of hundreds of thousands or more than 1 million customers. So we have to. There's no choice. We like to have a bit of fun with that. We name our internal tools in quite interesting ways. We had a tool when we did some managed ADSL to VDSL migrations many years ago now. Copper's a bit old hat. That was called Flickr. We wanted a naming standard. We have a web page that kind of runs the front end of all these automations now. That's called the Initiate-inator. It initiates everything. We have a script which helps commission new OLTs, and as part of some of our network migration processes, that's the Alternator. And one of the early ones we developed actually was the Migratinator. Thankfully, we've sort of moved back away from that a touch. So what is the process? Let's really get into some detail. So we have some trickery about getting the profiles and policies and everything deployed and ready and in a state where we're good to go. I'll conveniently skip over that. But how does our script server do this? So we will do it kind of serialized for the aggregation and access network. I think in theory we could do it in parallel. It doesn't feel like it's worth the risk. First, we do a SOAP XML call, or actually hundreds of thousands of them, to the NFMP. That is to change the QoS policies on every single service that's being boosted. NFMP will handle the SNMP transactions to the node. That's actually quite rapid. That happens very quickly, as we'll see shortly. The access side, a little bit trickier because we've got a provisioning center database to keep in sync with FSOM. So we do a SOAP XML call just to rip the template out from the database and not touch the service. We then use SNMP to directly change the policies, profiles, configuration, speeds on the OLT. The OLT manages the ONT through OMCI, has its own management channel. We don't have to talk to the ONTs. Then we swing back to the APC and put the template back in its new form with all its new config. That takes a little bit longer. What does that script look like? Here's a view of our wonderful initiator. A bit nervous about the ticks and notification thing. Perhaps I'll send this in later in case I wasn't supposed to show it. So we have a policy mapping file that just talks about which QoS policies need to go to which in the boost. And we have a plan change file. We're going to batch those up basically, so 30,000 services per batch. That has an individual line per service that we're going to migrate. We get heaps of good output, lots of debugging information. Every step of the way, we know what's going on. You'll never be able to see that from the back, but this is a line of success or failure for every individual service as we migrate it. We get some of the tabs at the top there that capture all of the essential information for that particular migration, what mappings we used, what communication is going on, when it's happening, which services are going, and any errors, of course. Probably touch on that a little bit here. In the last big fibre boost, the fallout we experienced from that, I can't remember the exact number, don't quote me, but let's say 1 million lines that we boosted, was less than 1%, easily manageable by our standard frontline teams. No issue. Access, very similar. We have a template mapping file to know which service and templates are going to which, and then we use the exact same batch input that we use for aggregation. There's no difference between the two. Our BAs and solution architects give us a single file or single files per batch, and away we go. Again, lots of wonderful information. Every single ONT, every single service that touched, we grab information for and record it and keep an eye on it, flag up any exceptions. Same deal, response per service that we touch. And because, as I say, the access takes a bit longer, we also keep an eye on some of the timings. So I think this was around 1,000 services worth of timing. I'm getting nodded down the front, that's good. So that's 132 seconds for 1,000 services. I should have actually aggregation, that same 1,000 services at the bottom there, 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Right, that's enough about what we're doing. Optimizing Bitstream performance. How can you make the most of this, right? It's not actually boost specific. You could be doing some of this today. In fact, many of you do, probably almost all of you, but I think it's worth touching on. It's a very good reminder. We provide a Bitstream performance white paper. This is available to people with service provider logins on our portal. I guess in this room, that's all the RSPs and maybe the NCSC people. It gives a lot of good information about how to interact with our services, how our polices work, some advice on what you can do with shapers on your side to get the best performance out of it. We provide our service descriptions on that website, which contain the very, again, sorry, you'll struggle up the back, the very detailed information of all of the PIRs, PBSs, CIRs, CBSs, basically our policer configuration that you need to be mindful of when you're sending traffic into our network. So from this, you can either calculate, derive, test, use our test services, just go crazy to see if you can tune your network for the customer experience that you want. Right? There's quite a pertinent example because we see it around the place a bit in this white paper. I know the diagrams are not technically perfect here, but they're used to represent the situation. So the top line there is a service provider's burst with shaper windows, within shaper windows. You can get two bursts that kind of look back to back. Shaper's completely happy with that, it's meeting the shaper requirements or specification. However, on our side, it's not a policer window, it's a token bucket policer. Same sort of thing applies. You can actually have the two bursts that are perfectly fine from the RSP side arrive within, shouldn't clap my hands together, within the same token bucket expiry, and we'll drop some of that traffic at our policer. The policers are reasonably harsh. How can we help? So as I say, we provide all of that information. There's lots of documentation on that service provider site. We're always willing to accept feedback on that. If you read the performance white paper and you think we've completely messed something up, please tell us, right? We don't want to have incorrect information out there. We want to make sure it's useful for you as service providers or consumers of our services. We'll provide assistance. We're available. We can and we want to work with you. Actually, we've done it before. We're very open about that. We have labs, we have test equipment, we offer test services for either our Sissel lab or production test services for you to use as well. And we're willing to get involved. Looking after the engineering team, I will absolutely say that I would offer up my resources. I can't promise that we will down tools and help you immediately. There's a lot going on at the moment. But if you want to have a chat with us, have some help, work together in a lab, absolutely. Right. How can you contact us? Please don't log Assure tickets. They will be very confused. You can talk to your customer engagement folks or your SDMs. Happy for you to reach out directly to me. I'm on NZNOG Slack. Many of you will know my last name as well, being Marquis. It's not fancy, it's not Marquis. So my email address is very easy to figure out. You'll be able to email me, Teams me, LinkedIn, you name it. Let's have a chat about it if you need some assistance. That's me. Thank you. I suspect I'm up for some questions. Ooh, I'm not. Careful.
It's not a bad look. It's going to be really embarrassing.
You can shout it.
Yeah, shout it. No, not a question. Just want to say well done for the first technical talk. Really good, and happy birthday, Brent.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. Yes. It was not meant to be out in the wild. I have a bit of a counter, not a question actually, but I think I might be looking for a new service provider shortly. Jeff.
Thanks for that presentation, really interesting. Your comment about using token buckets as a way of policing rates sort of struck me as interesting, because in some ways what you're relying on is the upper level transport protocol being sensitive to loss, and after you get an initial burst, it too will come in under the policing rate almost automatically.
Yep.
But these days, a lot of us are using BBR because that particular protocol doesn't react to packet loss. It just goes at whatever speed it wants to go and just ignores it.
Correct.
Are you finding greater loss rates as a result of that change in the way application protocols are moving towards BBR?
Yeah. Good question. I haven't looked in detail at loss on all handovers because we have those policers per service rather than per handover. So possibly, I guess some RSPs could be taking the position of not shaping so heavily and just throwing BBR at us. Haven't specifically looked. Our policer will still, those policers are there because we have very specific SLAs, right? So it's not necessarily about trying to manage a TCP flow of traffic, but the traffic for that service. And even if it's BBR, it would still do that. It's just that the BBR is not as loss sensitive.
The difference is that when you're using BBR against a policed service, it will constantly sit at the maximum rate. It will be exercising the bucket continuously.
Yeah.
Other kinds of TCP protocols, when you give them a burst of loss, they shrink back going, oh my God, you know, packets are lost, let me slow down like crazy.
Yeah.
So the end result is the rate tends to drop well below the policed rate.
Yes.
And so it makes a difference to your statistical multiplexing on capacity. When every service is running at max, there's no leeway there. That was what I was getting at.
Yes, yeah, but the bucket keeps emptying anyway. So, you know, as the bucket runs out, it's not going to...
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think it's okay. We will, I guess, if I start working with some RSPs on this, maybe we'll uncover some interesting results.
Any more questions? Okay, thanks, Brent. Right, so the next talk is Matthew from Arista, who has a long title that I didn't quite fit into the program slides.
Is there a clicker? Okay, g'day. My name is Matthew Thurban. I am a systems engineer at Arista, based out of Sydney. A bit more, Next isn't working. Yeah, just a bit about me. This is my first NZNOG. I've been to a lot of OzNOGs. I've been in the industry for 30 years. I got to say, this is much better than the Sydney NOG. Is that working? Just Big Fur Press. Yeah, so a bit about me. First NZNOG, I've got to say this is a much better view than last year's Sydney OzNOG. So a bit about me. I've been in the industry for 30 years, and my original job was based in Alcatel, fresh-faced out of high school, should I say. At 18 years old, I was putting together these touchphone 200s on the factory floor at Liverpool in Sydney. So I'm going to talk to you about artificial intelligence, mostly focusing around the networking aspects of the back-end network connecting GPUs. A bit about my history. I've been across multiple vendors. I had a few flashbacks to what Brent was saying about SOAP XML and SNMP from days at Alcatel Lucent. But yeah, I'll move forward. There's been a lot of announcements around AI that's turned into a bit of an AI arms race. So you've got the likes of Meta, Google, Oracle building these massive AI clusters, putting demands on data center, putting demands on power. Lots of announcements around GPUs, bigger, faster, more gruntier, a lot of advancements around optics and transceivers. So what I'm going to try and do today is just focus around, there's a lot of network engineers in the room. I'm going to focus on the network engineering aspects of AI networking. So looking at what Meta has done. Meta has built the Llama 3 cluster. It's built two different clusters. One of them is based on InfiniBand, and the other one is based around the Arista 7800, which is a Jericho 2-based platform, along with AI Leaf, based around Tomahawk 3 and Tomahawk 4 platforms, including the Minipack Open Compute platform, which was co-developed by Arista. So both clusters are used by, built around Meta's own Grand Teton GPUs, and they contributed to the Open Compute project. But in terms of the size of the cluster, it's currently a 24,000 GPU cluster, so you could imagine the power requirements and so on. In terms of the AI landscape, obviously, if you can see up there, the NVIDIA is the power player in this. Huge market share compared to the likes of AMD, Intel. There's a few other things like Grok, which are building their own XPUs. And again, foundational models wise, it's pretty evenly distributed across the major cloud providers like Microsoft, Google, AWS, and OpenAI. So in terms of improving over time, so again, NVIDIA make these announcements around GPUs, and there's been a few announcements lately in this year. in terms of improved performance per GPU over the years, from 2016 through to 2024, there's been a huge improvements, increased by 1,000 times improvements across the GPUs. So that means you can pack a lot more processing power into those GPUs. Obviously, the power consumption per GPU goes up. There's a lot more power required per rack. But in terms of advancements, it's really moving forward, especially in the last 3 or 4 years. And same goes before, from sort of 2016 to 2024, the energy consumption per token has improved as well, based on large language models, inference and training. So there really is a lot of advancements, as I said, in the last 3 or 4 years, improving that. But even still, there's still a lot of power demands on DCs and building these huge data centers, or AI centers, if you want to call them that. But if we take it back down to, if you're a network engineer, you might work in an enterprise or service provider. Someone decides to buy a couple of these servers and you want to have a test and play with them. What does it actually look like under the hood? So this particular one, this is an NVIDIA example. This one's built on NVIDIA GPUs, so usually a collective of 8 GPUs inside. Internal to that, what's important is that there is an internal bus, a high-speed bus called NVLink. There's some PCI for interfacing with the CPU. So this is primarily the major deployments throughout the world in terms of volume of servers. There is a DGX, which is an NVIDIA-built specific system, and then there are HGXs, which are other OEM providers like Supermicro, Dell, and HPE. And on top of that, which I'll talk about shortly, is the GPU collective communication language, which is NICL, NVIDIA's communication language. So this is a way to pool all the resources and program the resources across multiple GPUs, across multiple servers, to communicate that large AI collective cluster. If we look at the AMD example, again, I don't know if you can see the internals, but the internals are inside a AMD-based system. Again, these are built by OEMs, so Supermicro, Dell, and HPE. But internal, the AMD GPUs, again, will have 8 GPUs generally these days per node or server. But it's a mix of PCIe, Infinity, so very much different to NVIDIA. And again, here's an Intel example, and again, this is even more complicated, more non-standard internal buses. Again, we're building a collective of GPUs internally to very high-speed bus. This one's a mix of PCIe and alternative pathways. Again, so three very different internal high-speed buses or networks within each server. We're looking at the power requirements. Over time, this is just a graph showing the power consumption per GPU or XPU over time and different models. So if you look at the B300, which is the NVIDIA example, that's the highest draw, 1200 watts. So if we take an average of 8 750 watt GPUs, that's plus a 500 watt server powering the actual server itself. That turns out to be a 6,500 watt host. Generally, DC racks traditionally are sort of 6 to 10 kilowatts. GPU racks are moving towards sort of 6 to 20 kilowatts per rack and ever steadily increasing the requirements. NVIDIA released a GB300 NVL72, which requires 120 kilowatts. So this is kind of mind-blowing stuff. The average DC capacity, I think I looked up Auckland CDC, that's somewhere in the order of 22 to 54 megawatts. If you want to build a 15K GPU cluster, you need 18 megawatts. So you basically need to build a data center for that cluster. And if we're going towards 100K GPUs, it kind of roughly works out to be 150 megawatts. So it's we're building these, the cloud providers are building these clusters, and sometimes you might need to build a nuclear power plant next to the DC. So if we're talking about power and power per rack, once we start to get in the order of, say, 60 watts, roughly, we need to start looking at liquid cooling. So this is just an indicator of how we sort of powered and cooled data centers across the years, but very much so in this sort of scale of network, we're very much having to start thinking about liquid cooling. And you can see from recent announcements from NVIDIA that they're really banking on the liquid cooling aspect. We haven't really heard about, there's been talk about immersion cooling, but I think the industry is moving towards liquid cooling at this stage. This is what it looks like. We've got a condenser system, a facilities water system, and a cooling system pumping, and raised floor pumping the cooling system in and out of each rack through the racks themselves. Okay, so back to what it looks like inside a GPU, inside a collective of GPUs inside a host. So we've got NVIDIA with NVLink, proprietary system. We've got AMD Infinity, a mix of PCIe and other things. We've got Intel. So just to touch on frameworks. So basically there's a different number of frameworks. They're communication libraries to program things like resources such as PCIe, shared memory, network connectivity, port connectivity, things like NVLink. So NCCL or Nickel is the dominant library used for GPUs. It was recently open sourced, I think in the last 2 or 3 years, which is good. But there's a whole different range of libraries that are used. So things like TensorFlow that are open source. Microsoft have a toolkit themselves. But essentially things are kind of a bit all over the place in terms of this communication library as well. On top of that, just last week, I believe, there was an announcement around a consortium called Ultra Accelerator Link. So looking backwards, NVIDIA created NVLink, it's a proprietary GPU to GPU connection, and the transfer rate is about 1.8 terabytes per second between GPUs. NVIDIA is shipping Blackwell, this NVL72 system, looking at connecting 72 GPUs in a rack and using an external NVLink 5 switch to support up to 576 fully connected GPUs in a non-blocking fabric. So that becomes one single computational domain just within a single rack, right? UA Link, Ultra Accelerator Link, was formed in October and it's led by a board of different manufacturers, AMD, you got Apple as well. But last week, I believe UA Link 1 specification was released to basically build the open standards version of NVLink. And the first specification enables 200 gigs per lane for up to 1,024 accelerators. When we say accelerators, we're talking about XPUs, GPUs, NPUs, accelerators within a single AI computing pod, right? And this is becoming, well, the plan is for it to be the open standard for interconnecting GPUs. Again, this is outside of the scale out domain using Ethernet, which we'll talk about later. This is more the scale up version within a rack or within a couple of racks. So that's useful in terms of getting some market share from NVIDIA. Hopefully NVIDIA will come to the party and start to contribute to this eventually, but it gives the other vendors trying to compete with NVIDIA a level playing field, and we can mix and match systems. You can have multiple vendors within a GPU collective, and that's the plan. So as I said, AI link is used for scale up. The UA links can be configured at times 1, 2, or 4 with a 4-lane link achieving up to 800 gig in both directions. There's some specifications around cable length, so less than 4 meters, enabling less than a microsecond round trip latency. And the idea is that the plan is for links to support deterministic performance across 1 to 4 racks. So even though we're talking about 1 to 4 racks, we're still talking about scale up within a pod, roughly in the order of 1,000 GPUs. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Typically, for an enterprise AI system, forget about the cloud, forget about what those guys are doing. If you've got some enterprise applications or an application around, say, health or finance or any of these other applications, research, universities, what is it going to look like, and how many GPUs they're going to need. More than likely, they're not going to need more than 1,024 GPUs, right? Hopefully not. It's probably very costly. Taking a step back to what a traditional DC would look like. Let's just say your CTO just bought a couple of these servers, right? How do we connect them into the fabric? What are the requirements around connecting them into your existing DC, as an example? So the traditional enterprise DC, if you like, is really just a traditional layer 3 leaf spine with some compute leafs, maybe in an MLAG configuration. Typically compute pods or servers are 10 gig, 25 gig, even 40 and 100, depending on if you've got some storage or so on. Usually the standard DC these days is about 100 gig fabrics, sometimes N by 100. I'm talking sort of enterprise at this stage. So how do we connect them in? How are we going for time? 15 minutes. Okay. How do we connect them in? Or what does it look like? So what we talk about is this front-end DC. So the front-end DC becomes your connectivity for, let's call your CPU. So this is, your front-end becomes your traditional DC, which is there to both manage the servers or the application access for the servers to the CPU. There might be some additional out-of-band management network, all that sort of thing in the front end. Also storage, so you could have either storage integrated with the front end or as a separate off-to-the-side storage fabric. But what it means is, if you wanted to connect these hosts, typically these hosts come these days with 200 gig NICs per GPU or 400 gig NICs per GPU. I think NVIDIA have announced ConnectX 8, which I think is 800 gig, but let's just go with 200 and 400. So to connect them in what we call the AI network is the back-end network. So what you want to do is connect those GPUs at a higher, fast, low latency, lossless communication. So you can bring those GPUs together. So in this particular example, we've got 8 GPUs and we're using a standard Ethernet switch and a leaf spine back-end fabric. So this could be a layer 3 leaf spine, connecting those 8 GPUs to the other 8 GPUs into a GPU collective. In terms of connectivity, NVIDIA do a few different things. Obviously, there's standard connectivity where you can connect one host into one switch or a pair of switches. But NVIDIA have this thing called rail optimized, all right? And the rail optimized is achieved using the communication library to arrange the communication between the different GPU collectives. So how does that work? Well, what NVIDIA does is it uses it connects each host or each GPU to a different switch. So each GPU gets given a rank. So rank 0 could connect to one switch, and rank 0 on another host could connect to that same switch. What that means is to get from, say, GPU 0 to GPU 3 on the other host, it can use the internal NVLink high-speed communication internal to the node and then across to the switch, which is only sort of 2 hops away. So this is something that NVIDIA say that's possible. The downside of this is you have to, typically in a DC, you'd use things like DAC cables or active electrical cables or AOC cables. What this means is the downside is your cabling becomes very complex because you have to connect a single host across to a different switch in a far further away rack. So optics may become more expensive, you might have to use things like single mode and so on. Okay, InfiniBand versus Ethernet. Just contrast, so typically for high performance compute, as it was kind of known in the past, InfiniBand was the biggest player there, so typically systems would get shipped with InfiniBand as the back-end network. It would generally get shipped with the compute as well, just as a whole entire package. So InfiniBand is still out there, it's still very much widespread, especially in the high performance compute environment, but we're reaching a sort of pinnacle where there's going to be a convergence between InfiniBand and Ethernet. So InfiniBand is proprietary. I'm going to say no one here likes proprietary, but we're all for open standards. NVIDIA is hedging its bets right now. If you look at announcements from NVIDIA, they're hedging its bets. They're releasing InfiniBand switches and also Ethernet Spectrum X switches at the same time, and they're kind of letting the market decide. The current InfiniBand shipping products are 400 gig. I think there are some 800 gig coming. It uses a centralized control plane. It uses a subnet manager, so it's a centralized control, and it has single hop routing, as opposed to good old Ethernet, which is ubiquitous these days, industry standard. Ethernet switches are currently being shipped with 800 gig, and there's a clear roadmap to 1.6T. Usually, in this case, we've got a distributed control plane. Routing protocols make local decisions, and these clusters are built, so Meta, for example, and most of these clusters are built using RDMA over converged Ethernet, so RDMA over IP, using a multi-hop scale-out fabric. So as I said, there is a precedent for Ethernet convergence. We've seen over the years, I've been in the industry for a while, we've seen telephony, broadcast video, all moving to Ethernet IP, as well as storage and so on. So there's really no reason to not use Ethernet going forward. And if you look at this report from Del Oro for back-end networks, they're projecting around sort of 2027, 28 for shipments, port shipments for Ethernet to reach InfiniBand. So again, this is a point of making the market decide. I think eventually Ethernet will win. InfiniBand's not dead. There's a lot of deployments out there. But yeah, let's bank on Ethernet. 10 minutes. I might have to skip one of those. Okay. It says 10. Okay.
20 past 10.
Okay. Let me go back. Okay. So in terms of networking, what does an AI workload look like? Again, AI workloads are computationally intensive, and basically you're going outside a single GPU, and the workload is split across a cluster of GPUs. They perform algorithm calculations and share results amongst each other. So there's different ways of doing this. It's probably another whole session to talk about the different ways, but they use this thing called collective operation. And that includes broadcast, reduce, ring, and or reduce. So the key thing here is that all GPUs have to wait until the GPUs have shared their messages and passed on the results. So the workload is actually stalled until this happens. So the term used in this is called a barrier. And again, as I mentioned before, GPUs within a host have their own internal fabric, so that's quite high speed, usually NVLink or PCIe. So in terms of workloads, all this parallel computation, collective communication, they use RDMA, so kernel bypass for better performance. RDMA's been around for a while. In terms of traffic characteristics, there's a tight time synchronization between traffic flows. There's a small number of large flows, so 2 flows per NIC in its entirety. Very little entropy, short periodic bursts of network activity followed by compute. Across a fabric, so within a single switch, there's really no collisions if you connected, say an Ethernet switch. But across a leaf-spine fabric, it's highly susceptible to collisions. So the key metric with AI is job completion time. So it measures the time between launching a job, processing data across GPUs or accelerators, and posting the results. And the other thing is time spent in networking. So this can be measured, right? So you want the lowest time spent in networking. If you've got this huge collective, what it means is that the slowest member determines the performance. So it's your weakest link. So looking at the requirements for AI networks, and again, we're mostly talking about scale out here. As I said before, if you're talking about scale up, we can hit 1,024 GPUs roughly with scale up at very, very fast speed. So we're talking about scale out capacity here. What we need is a fast lossless network with 0 oversubscription. That's very important, and is often over provisioned, which I'll talk about later. As I said before, there's different types of communication. There's all reduced, broadcast, all to all, and ring. So it's basically down to the communication between the GPUs and how they process things. So we need graceful handling of large synchronized flows, and we want to do RDMA over converged Ethernet. More particularly, we need visibility and telemetry. That's becoming more and more important in this here because I don't think SNMP is enough. We need granular real-time streaming telemetry using modern protocols like GNMI. We need to look deep into buffers as an example. So different vendors have different ways of looking into buffers, looking at buffer thresholds, raising alerts when there are reaching a threshold in the buffer. We need it to be reliable and resilient, and also open and interoperable. So they're the key requirements for networking. Just touching on RDMA, might be familiar with it. It's a way to address server-to-server data movement between application memory, so you don't have to use the CPU. So you're basically bypassing the CPU. In terms of RDMA over converged Ethernet, basically we're doing RDMA over Ethernet. Rocky V2 actually just extends that over IP effectively. So inside inside shipping NICs, so Broadcom, Intel and NVIDIA, they support Rocky V2, let's call it Rocky V2 in hardware, and allows for high throughput and lower latency, right? So in terms of advantages, the reason to use Rocky V2, we can use routed Ethernet networks, so it can be done over a large-scale fabric. We're using things like IP quas, IP congestion control, so ECN, explicit congestion notification, and the UDP header provides more entropy for better ECMP. In terms of the challenges, mostly from the cloud providers at large scale, they found there's problems with packet reordering, a lack of multipathing across the fabric, and reduced performance when packets are dropped. So that's why you need a lossless network. If you drop packets, basically the job completion time spans out and things take longer, right? So along comes Ultra Ethernet Consortium. So basically this is a consortium, and again, I can only touch on what the aims of the Ultra Ethernet Consortium are. It's a collection of members, so Arista was one of the founding members, Broadcom, Cisco. It was formed in 2023 to provide a standard for interconnection for AI and high-performance compute data center requirements. So the key things that it's trying to achieve in terms of the entire stack, so when we're talking about UEC, it's not just Ethernet, it's not just layer 2, we're talking about Ethernet PHY layer, Ethernet link layer, we're talking about the IP layer as well as transport. And most importantly, for transport, the Ultra Ethernet Consortium is aiming to build a better version of RDMA over converged Ethernet. So what they're calling that is Ultra Ethernet Transport. So it's a modern protocol designed to deliver the performance and look at the shortcomings of Rocky V2. Things like multipathing and packet spraying, flexible ordering as opposed to being inflexible with the Rocky V2. More optimized congestion control, end-to-end telemetry, so more focus on real-time streaming telemetry, getting more rich data from the stack, as well as focusing on security. How many have time? 7 minutes. This says 3. It's flashing red. So yeah, so the advantages of Ethernet for Gen AI, generative AI fabrics, it's native to all. So, you know, if you're a network engineer, take it down to that. If you've got a data center and you've got some back-end network that's InfiniBand, does anyone really, how many people in this room know InfiniBand? Put your hand up. Yeah, very small amount. How many people know Ethernet? There you go. Case closed. So, yeah, I think Ethernet's going to win in the end. And you want to be able to use the same tool set, right? So you don't want to just look at the front end of the network and just hope that the back end's working and having to call NVIDIA and having someone look at the InfiniBand and performance, right? So you want to have the tools and the capability to look at Ethernet across the front end and the back end network, right? I'll just skip this one and go straight in the interest of time. In terms of optics, so obviously these large-scale clusters are driving the need for optics, the volume of optics, and also the industry is trying to drive down both the power requirements and the thermal performance, and increase the thermal performance of optics. So around the 400 gig, we're shipping 400 gig in volume right now in the industry. But basically, around the 400 gig, networking vendors like ourselves are shipping platforms that are either OSFP or QSFP-DD. QSFP-DD gives you backwards compatibility to 100 gig. But what OSFP gives is it's modelled the physical form factor provides a better heat sink, 50% greater surface area and volume, allowing heat dissipation. Other things like 10 to 15 C cooler than QSFP-DD. Again, lower operating temperatures. And by that, once you reduce the operating temperature of an optic, that reduces the failure rate, right? So we're trying to bring down, because of the high volume of optics, we're talking hundreds of thousands of optics in the case of Meta, and I'll get onto that later, the industry is going to OSFP. 800 gig systems are generally OSFP only. I'm not aware of QSFP 800 gig systems. Someone yell at me if they know. And OSFP has a cleared roadmap to the OSFP XD, which is 1.6T. And there are further efficiencies with the LPO optics that are coming. So LPO optics, if you look at a traditional pluggable optic, the optic will have a DSP in it, inbuilt, and it'll have a photonic side. And the DSP is the one that connects to the switch chip. In the LPO, it means there's no DSP in the transceiver, so it's pure photonics in the optics. So what does that mean? It means that the DSP has to exist in the switch chip. So how is this possible? Currently with Broadcom chipsets that Arista uses, Tomahawk 5 and Jericho 3 uses an advanced DSP technology, which means you don't need the DSP on the optic. There are some pros and cons here. It'll reduce the cost of the optic, but it moves the DSP to the switch. It requires careful tuning and system design by the network vendors themselves. So it's a trade-off, right? So it comes down to scale, effort, that sort of thing. But you'll see that LPOs are now shipping, I believe. 800 gig LPOs are shipping right now. There. So as I said before, traditional DSP, traditional optics for 800 gig is around 14 to 16 watt, 7 watts for the LPO. So again, looking at half the power. So this will greatly improve those cloud guys and having to build nuclear power plants next to the DCs. The delay is much less. So the delay through the module is only 1 nanosecond. Less cost. And then volume-wise, it's shipping right now. So the cost and volume of the traditional optics is still going to be around for a while. And the benefit of the traditional optics is it's more plug and play, so you can plug them into any switch. The LPOs are mostly suitable for very specific use cases. As I said before, it's currently only in Broadcom's Tomahawk 5 and Jericho 3. Nelly there. There's been talk around co-packaged optics. What does that mean? Well, you may have heard of silicon photonics. What that means is in a traditional environment, the transceiver has a DSP on it, plugs in an optical I/O interface, and then it interfaces with the retimer and the ASIC on top of the PCB. In the future, the future is almost now, but in the future, there'll be optics straight onto the substrate. So I think NVIDIA announced, they announced a co-packaged optics for the NVIDIA Quantum X800 InfiniBand platform, as well as the Spectrum X. And this is just a diagram from Broadcom saying what it is. But again, there's also some challenges. The more things we try and invent, the more challenges we have. So thermal design, you can think about how hot ASICs get. Having that additional optics on the ASICs may cause failures, manufacturing complexity, and there's no current standard for CPO at the moment. So we'll watch this space and see how that goes. Lastly, I think I'm down to the last 3 slides. Good for time? Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to take it back down to a network design for what I'm calling a small AI application. It's still quite large. So in terms of scale, with a single vendor switch, Arista shipping one, but there are other Broadcom switches around. Broadcom Tomahawk 5 can support 64 by 800 OSFP in 1.2RU switch. This gives you the ability to do 128, so with 2 by 400 breakout from the 800. It gives you the ability to support 128 GPUs connected straight into a switch. Again, because it's a single ASIC, there's no single ASIC in that one switch. There's no flow collisions. In the AI world, we still have to, especially in a shallow buffer switch, we have to handle incasts at the receiver, so multiple flows coming into the one receiver. We do that by traditional methods like ECN and PFC. With these shallow buffer systems, again, you can't just take it out of the box and expect it to work. You have, depending on your application and how it's working, you have to customize the buffer, right? So Broadcom gives you the ability to tune the buffer according to the application of that you're deploying for. I'm going to say this is suitable for enterprise AI. Again, this could be achieved with a system just shipped using, say, NVLink switch or so on. But this is really just having the ability to use an off-the-shelf Ethernet switch to connect GPUs. Moving up, I'm going to call this moderate network design or medium. Again, this is scale up, but this is with a system that we're using as a chassis-based system. It's based on Jericho 3 AI, so it's a modular line card system that can grow over time. But we still consider this scale up, so this might be in the middle of the row with all the hosts connecting in. So we're going to say this is like an AI leaf and spine in a single chassis. This supports, this is an 800 gig platform, so it supports 576 by 800 gig, which means as of today you can support 1152 400 gig NICs connected into the one system. Again, no flow collisions because the cards and the fabric are over-provisioned in this system. It has high availability in terms of power fans, supervisors and so on. And again, even though this is a deep buffer system, you don't really need to tune the buffer on the system because it's Jericho. It uses the VOQ architecture. You still need to handle incast and tune things like ECN and PFC in your application. And lastly, what would an 18432 400 gig GPU NIC network look like? So I've done some quick sums, and with the new platform, you're looking at 16 AI spines and 288 leaves, which are 64 by 800 gig. So if you think of the optics in this, it makes sense. You know, if we were to deploy LPO optics in this, you could reduce the power quite significantly. Because this is a scale-out fabric, you need to start considering things like flow collisions between the leaf and the spine. So you need to look at things like dynamic load balancing, as well as source load balancing. At minimum, in a fabric like this, you need a minimum 1-to-1 subscription ratio. But typically what we see in these fabrics is we're doing a 1 to 1.2 over provisioning, which means there's more bandwidth in the fabric than the downstream hosts. If you look at the optics count, roughly it's 18,000 optics, 800 gig optics for leaf spine, and then we're looking at 36, 864 AOC cables, DAC cables, and so on. And the same thing applies, you need to tune the buffer at the shallow buffer leaves as well. And lastly, second lastly, why do we over provision the fabric? The reason for this is that the most common failures come from GPU failures, stuck drivers, ECEC errors. The NICs and the transceivers themselves also fail at a very high rate. So the rough calculation, given a mean time between failure of 5 years in a cluster of 10K GPUs with a scale-out Ethernet fabric, the likelihood of failure is there's going to be one failing every 4 hours. And so you don't want to interrupt, you don't want to go under the 1-to-1 subscription ratio. So that's why we over provision there. So there's probably someone in Meta just pulling out optics here and there. Okay, so yeah, this is the last slide. Hopefully I've gone like 3 minutes over time, I think. So I only touched on Ultra Ethernet. I thought about going deeper in there, but no time. But if you're really interested in looking at what Ultra Ethernet Consortium are doing, I would suggest looking at the NZNOG presentation from Hugh Holbrook, which is the Arista CDO. He's heavily involved in this because he's had a lot of exposure to these large-scale AI fabrics in Meta and so on. So that's it. Thank you.
Any questions?
Morning tea.
Okay, thank you very much, Matthew. So now is morning tea. Morning tea is through the doors that are over on my left, right, and you can enjoy the views. We will start again at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
So I accidentally ran it over. No meetings today. Sorry, you don't get
The next session starts in 5 minutes. Please, could you make your way back to your seats as soon as possible? Thank you.
If we could start taking your seats, we'll kick off in the next minute or two. Okay, welcome back everyone from the break. Hope you managed to get some food in, some drink in, and visit all our sponsors and yeah, have a chat to them, chat to everyone else. So yeah, next up we've got a interesting section coming up. So first of all, we've got Phil Carlisle from Chorus, and he's going to be talking about implementing precision timing and sync as a service. So everyone, welcome Phil. Thank you.
Right, good morning. So I'm Phil, I'm a solution architect based in Christchurch for Chorus. So just a quick slide about Chorus, New Zealand's largest fixed line network operator, and we're an open access network wholesaler. So precision timing, it's critical for many industries. It's used to synchronise networks, and GNSS is commonly used for this task. So we've found that there is strong industry drivers for precision timing as a service. New Zealand has 3 mobile network operators, a national electricity transmission operator, and 29 electricity lines distribution companies. There's multiple other potential users, including data centres, banks, science institutions. There's a growing awareness of the GNSS susceptibilities. And just for that acronym, in case you don't know, GNSS is the Global System for Satellite Navigation, which includes GPS, which everyone knows about, and a few other navigation systems. So there's significant costs associated with installing GNSS receivers, especially if you're rolling out thousands of additional 5G sites. The alignment of mobile operators to a single synchronisation source is quite important, or becoming important, and it's significantly more efficient for one network operator to roll out this infrastructure than many. So precision time protocol is defined by IEEE 1588 v2. It's significantly more accurate than network timing protocol, NTP. It can deliver sub-microsecond accuracy as opposed to tens of milliseconds for NTP. So it's also generally implemented using hardware support, whereas NTP is often software only. So the ITU T-Profile G8275.1 full timing support, it's an implementation standard for 1588 that requires Sync-E plus PTP. Sync-E assists PTP generating more accurate timing, but also serves as a stable reference frequency traceable to a primary reference clock. And it can also assist with holdover if there is an interruption with PTP messaging. So just a quick overview of network synchronisation. There's 3 types. Frequency, where you have 2 clocks that are ticking at the same rate but not necessarily at the same time. And then you have phase synchronisation, where the 2 clocks are aligned in terms of their phase or leading edge, or both ticking at exactly the same time. And then you also have time synchronisation, where both clocks share a common time origin or epoch. So relevance to mobile network synchronisation, this is probably a bit of a simplistic view, but with 4 and 5G mobile networks, they can use time division duplex, where they transmit and receive on the same frequency. So it's critical that multiple sites transmit at exactly the same time to avoid interfering with each other, hence the need for phase alignment. And the sites must also transmit and receive in the same pattern, and therefore must operate from a common time reference or time of day. So in those little diagrams, the one at the top, you can see the patterns don't quite align, they're not phase aligned or time aligned, and you see the downlink of one site overlapping with the uplink receive of another site. That's likely to result in interference. When everything's lined up nicely, that likelihood of interference is minimised. So yeah, having sites aligned and coordinated is important for maximising efficiency of spectrum use and minimising interference between nodes. Now this is just a wee example of how there can be, a significant cost around installing GNSS antenna. So if installing a small cell in a multi-storey building, now the small cell may or may not have its own clock embedded, so it might also have to install a separate clock device. You need to run antenna cabling up to the roof so that you can get a clear view of the sky. Running that cabling might be drilling holes through floors and walls. You need a mount on the roof to put the antenna on. Surge suppression. So all of that has a cost and a time associated with it. It requires building owner permission, and some building owners will also charge an ongoing operational cost for the privilege. There's the other example where we just provide PTP and SYNC-E, precision timing signal, into a mobile backhaul for that small cell. None of that other stuff is necessary. So it's a lot simpler, quicker, and probably less cost intensive for the install. Now for the power industry, there's just some examples of applications that require precision time. So there's fault protection relays as the industry migrates to Ethernet. That becomes quite important. Phaser measurement units. Another interesting one is travelling wave fault location. So if a transmission line encounters a cut, you get an impulse going in each direction. So if you have measurement units at known locations along that transmission line and they're synchronised, then you can calculate where that fault is. And obviously the more accurately they're synchronised, the more accurately you can locate where that fault is. So there's a number of threats to GNSS, and the widespread loss of timing would have some pretty large industry impacts. The first one is spoofing and jamming. And these are real, everyone's heard about them now, and they're starting to cause big problems for industry. There's been reports of Qantas pilots off Western Australia losing their GNSS capability due to jamming from Chinese warships. Certainly a growing awareness in New Zealand and in Europe for obvious reasons. There's very widespread jamming and spoofing. And there's been examples of airline pilots there flying along and suddenly their GPS navigation system says they're in a completely different place. But luckily they recognise that and have backup systems. So it's generally not a safety issue. And the final one there is you hear more and more reports about truck drivers, delivery drivers, people driving company cars don't want the company to know where they are, what they're up to, how fast they're going. So you can easily get a little device like that in the photo there, plug it in, and the GPS locator in the vehicle is effectively disabled. And then there's other incidents that I've heard about where you drive one of those vehicles and you just happen to park next to a mobile site. So effectively disables the GNSS receiver in the mobile site, and then it's quite likely to go out of service. So Brent, next time you're out in the company vehicle, be careful where you park. So another one that I'm sure everyone's aware of is space weather. The sun's currently going through a period of significantly increased activity, and there's been some very spectacular aurora last year. And yeah, Transpower took action to protect some of their assets during some of those events. In modern history, the biggest such event was called the Carrington event back in 1859. So that had some very spectacular auroras, and I think there are examples of telegraph systems that were not powered up, but they worked anyway. And there's a Japanese scientist, Miyake, was analysing tree rings, and from that discovered that there were periods in history with very high incidences of radiation. And that's due to increased cosmic radiation and many times the strength of the Carrington event. So there have been some pretty large events, although I think in an event such as that, we might not be too worried about precision timing. So another one is the Kessler syndrome. So that's where, the space debris is constantly increasing, and it gets to the point where that results in collisions, which further increases space debris and just keeps going. It's not meant to be an instant effect. It could take a number of years to happen, but it's possible that it could take out a navigation constellation, and the four main constellations in GNSS are pretty close together. So that's a threat. How likely it is to happen, who knows? So Chorus is looking at offering precision time services that comply with ITU G8275.1 full timing support. So that'd be layer 2 Bitstream services with synchronisation signals, P2P and SYNC as well as the layer 2 transport. So that's likely to be over our XGS PON-based services, such as high priority access, and our point-to-point Ethernet services, such as mobile access. Now, accuracy requirements. So there's some ITU standards that cover that. One that covers the limits, and there's some example time error budgets, such as the one on the right. And in that standard, it talks about mobile networks and the requirement being plus minus 1.5 microseconds for TDD. So that time budget there has an allowance on the right-hand side there for the end application and for some holdover time. And then there's a large allowance there of constant time error contributed by the boundary clocks in a network. So you've got Class A boundary clocks, about 50 nanoseconds per clock is the allowance, so 10 or 11 of those uses up most of that allowance there, and then there's a bit extra for link asymmetry. Class B boundary clocks, you can have twice as many and still be within that budget. There's also an allowance for random network variations, such as packet delay variation, etc., and some for the boundary clock. So when you take into account the allowance for the end application and holdover, that would leave 1.1 microseconds that Chorus would need to achieve in the network. Now, something I forgot to mention earlier is in that diagram up there, it sort of shows you where the reference points are on that budget, but it's also a typical implementation or an example implementation of full timing support for PTP. So you have a primary reference clock on the left providing a stable frequency reference, a primary reference time clock, a grandmaster, and then through the network you have multiple boundary clocks, and every node needs to be equipped with hardware support, and that's supporting PTP with boundary clocks and SYNC with Ethernet equipment clocks. And the final point is that the constant time error that you get there, that's additive, and that causes inaccuracy. And the dynamic time error you get from those random variations causes instability. Right, so precision time protocol is a protocol that's designed to synchronise clocks in the nodes of a distributed system that communicates over a network. It's a two-way time transfer protocol. It deals with the delay or latency between the clocks, but it does not deal with asymmetry, and it does not deal with packet delay variations. So with the example of asymmetry, if you have a dual fibre working system and the length of the two fibres 1 metre difference, that contributes to 5 nanoseconds of asymmetry. And a typical link could be up to 100 kilometres long. You could quite easily get tens of metres of difference. So these issues need to be taken into account to ensure that the network design meets those requirements that I mentioned earlier. Also, just a wee example of the messaging for PTP. That is a one-step clock example up there. So you have the master clock sends a sync message containing a timestamp T1, which is when that message was sent. The slave clock receives that message, timestamps when it receives it, T2. It sends a delay request, timestamps when it sends that, T3. And when the master clock receives it, timestamps at 10, T4, and then sends that back in a response message. At that point, you can calculate the time offset and synchronise the slave clock with the master clock. Now, in reality, those little dotted arrows sort of just represent those variations you get, so nothing's perfect, so you end up with a time offset error. So, optical timing channel, this eliminates some of the issues that contribute to error. So it's built over a DWDM network, and DWDM networks were used for national connectivity. So it's a solution that can meet the accuracy requirements. It requires additional dedicated hardware to be installed in each node. And direct connectivity is established between those nodes using dedicated wavelengths over a single fibre, and that's using one of the DWDM line fibres. So because we're using direct connectivity, there's no impact from other traffic, and because we're using a single fibre, there is no asymmetry due to fibre differences. However, there is a very small amount of asymmetry due to those wavelength differences, which is 8 nanometres, and that's about 6.8 nanoseconds per 100 kilometres. So we've been collaborating with MSL, which is New Zealand's Metrology Institute. They maintain the New Zealand time standard, which is called UTC MSL. They are also contributing towards UTC because they have multiple cesium clocks, and that entails sending information, I think about once a month, to BIPM in France, who then take that from all of the institutes around the world, and then they calculate what UTC is. So it's only ever known in arrears. And then, every institute has their own representation of UTC. So currently you can only access UTC MSL in Lower Hutt and Wellington, where the time laboratory is. So MSL have a lot of expertise in managing time. They are currently providing a cesium reference for the lab and field trials that we're conducting. And so we see potential for an ongoing partnership with them. So the lab trial, this gives us the ability to demonstrate the technology to customers. It's been in place for a wee while now. It allows us to gain insight into deployment and operation, validate possible network performance, provide insight to test equipment requirements. It's still in place and it's still being used. So this is a wee diagram of our lab setup. So within the MSL time laboratory, we've installed an enhanced time reference time clock. That is connected to two, I think it is, cesium clocks, and it still has a GNSS antenna for getting time of day. And we've also installed a transport node so that we can extend the optical timing channel into our lab. So within the lab, just a wee aside, all the gear we're using here has been notified. I checked that. So we have four DWDM nodes that are connected on fibre spools in a ring. We've got an optical line terminal, which is that's our access node that we use for fibre to the home and all those services. And that's there so that we can simulate XGS PON-based services and point-to-point based services. There's also a mixture of clock types, because in reality, if you deploy a network, you're probably not going to have all the same clocks. So some of them are Class B and some of them are Class C. Calculated a wee budget there, just down on the side of what the time error is. We looked at the constant time error and the dynamic time error, which is made up of the MTI and TDEV, which I'm not going to go into. But the test showed it well within budget, which was quite pleasing. So we've also done a field trial. So this is a limited production deployment within our network. This helps customers to gain confidence with the technology. It's intended to provide insight into what customer requirements and demand might be. It's also helped to inform rollout plans, how we'd roll it out. And we've got multiple customers that have used it. And so there's a wee diagram of our production deployment. So in the time laboratory, we are using the same primary reference time clock, but we've installed a second DWDM node so that we can extend the optical timing channel into our production network. So that extends from Courtenay Place, Johnsonville, up through Levin, Carterton, Fielding, Woodville, and Palmerston North. And the reason there's one in Palmerston North is that's where we have customers connected. We could also do the same at Fielding, Woodville, Johnsonville or Courtenay Place. At Levin and Carterton, the nodes are actually configured currently in relay mode, so there's no boundary clock there, which is theoretically introduces less error. Right, so just a few architecture considerations. We want the ability to operate independently of GNSS in holdover mode for a minimum of 2 weeks. The reason 2 weeks is because that's a sort of a standard, but that keeps evolving. Around the country, we would need multiple cesium clock locations, especially for robustness, but also for accuracy. Using optical timing channel in the DWDM network so we can get the best performance that we can. Another thing to improve accuracy and robustness is to have distributed primary reference time clocks. Now they are not connected to a cesium, they're connected to GNSS, but it still helps. And then we'd have a roadmap to further improve accuracy and holdover performance. So this diagram is just to show the implications across the network as a whole. In the access domain, we have some OLTs that are directly connected to aggregation switches. So we would synchronise those off the aggregation switch. So obviously the aggregation switch needs to be enabled for timing. We have some OLTs that are connected to aggregation switches via DWDM. So they would get their timing from the DWDM node. End-to-end across the country, we'd need to enable a huge number of DWDM nodes to allow that to all connect together back to the timing source. Now this little diagram is just to sort of illustrate that precision time information is independent of the customer data and it's inserted at the access node, the OLT. So through the rest of the network, it's quite separate. So it's like we have a synchronisation plane and that's separate from the data plane. For deployment considerations, end-to-end design is going to be a huge activity. We have national, metro and regional DWDM networks around the country, so hundreds of nodes are going to require enabling, so that's hardware being installed into every one of those nodes and configured. most of our OLTs are direct connected to aggregation switches, so a lot of aggregation switches are going to need to be enabled. Luckily for those, the hardware's already there, it's licensing, configuration, and then hundreds of OLTs or access nodes are going to need to be enabled. And that's generally licensing and configuration as well. A few issues we've encountered along the way. Gaining knowledge can be a challenge at times. And testing. To test time, you need an accurate time reference. So most time instruments have a GNSS receiver in them and probably a crystal oscillator. So if you don't get a good view of the sky with good GNSS reception, you don't get a very good time reference, you don't get very good test results. And that's especially can become an issue in large buildings where you're trying to test equipment. So instruments with rubidium oscillators can make life quite a lot easier, and they can hold over for hours, but they cost a lot more money. And obviously, ultimate instrument would have a cesium oscillator in it. Another issue that we might need to deal with is applying asymmetry offsets across the network. So I mentioned earlier about a small amount of asymmetry there in the transport network. So you can make allowances for that, but that could be quite a large piece of work when you've got hundreds of links across your network. I'm sure Brent will find a way to automate it, hopefully. The other things we need to be put quite a bit of effort into is understanding the implications of operating that. We've got multiple domains we're going to be operating across: transport, aggregation, access, and in fact also time, because we're going to have clocks and things to look after. Making sure network upgrades don't impact time performance, and having SLAs and being able to report on them. So we see precision timing as a unique feature of some of our key products. So the most likely ones we're looking at is for point-to-point base fibres, mobile access, business premium, where we provide Syncy and PTP as an add-on to that service, and XGS-PON-based services such as high priority access with Syncy and PTP as an add-on. But we're also considering backhaul, transport-based backhaul, and possibly precision time just as a service on its own, just Syncy and PTP. So that's it from me. Thank you.
So we've just got time for a couple of quick questions. We've got a first one from online from Neil Gardner, and he's saying, Phil states that you currently have your source traces back to MSL. They currently operate a single geographic site. Will Chorus be expanding this to multiple sites?
Yes. Like I mentioned earlier, that's a given to achieve robustness and also for accuracy.
Jeff Houston, you've done your maths and you've sort of put forward this business case that there is value in having a reference clock at basically around 1 microsecond, is that right?
That's to meet the mobile requirements. Yep.
Right. And I noticed, say, in Sweden, there's been a huge investment in NTS, secure NTP, which they claim has an accuracy of around up to 250 nanoseconds, which is not far off it, but a lot cheaper because you're not actually doing separate provisioning. And so I'm kind of wondering, did you analyse the case for NTP and NTS in competition with this kind of high precision reference standard in coming up with this particular product? You're reserving a lambda all the way through your network. You haven't got any way of extending it beyond your own sort of infrastructure capability. Whereas, NTP can go almost anywhere with that sort of sloppiness around, it's not high precision, but is it enough for most users? And this is the kind of question that was going through my head as I listened to your talk. Do you have any insights into that?
I don't think it's, you need to achieve that higher level of accuracy for some of those key applications. But I'll have a chat to you offline, it might be quite good for that.
Cool, any other questions? Looks like we're finished. Yeah, no, thank you, Phil.
Great, thanks.
So next up we've got Mark Smith joining us from the West Island, and he's going to be talking about IP quirks and features. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, yep. Just push the button. All right. So my name's Mark Smith. I'm from the West Island. We're a bit rangier over there, but we've got a lot more room for that. This is a bit of a white rabbit presentation. I thought about this topic and yeah, there's a lot of slides. It was a lot deeper than I thought, but we'll cover it. Okay, so introduction and context. My early networking experiences in 1993 and 94. My text is gone. All of hang on. Oh, that's strange. Oh well. That's strange. No, it's should be a PDF. Hang on. So, I've lost quite a lot of the text for some reason. Yeah, I think we need to swap me around because every version I've seen has a text. Sorry. It's very bizarre.
So no, sorry about that, bit of a tech fail there. So as long as Wayne's in the room, we'll jump straight into our next talk, which is Wayne Ryer's simulating LEO satellite networks like Starlink, and then we'll try and fix the slides and then go back to Mark Smith when we can. Cool, cheers. Anyway, thank you, and here is Wayne.
Good morning. So my name is Wayne, and I'm a student at the University of Auckland. I'm doing research in satellite-based links, simulating LEO satellite links, the likes of Starlink. I'm supervised by Oryx Spider, which some of you may know. And this presentation will be on our experience and the work that we've been doing so far in terms of trying to simulate how the Starlink network or the low Earth orbit satellites work. So what actually motivates us to do this kind of work? So we've seen a lot of performance measurement in terms of the satellite space, mostly with Starlink. And we wanted to be able to understand and predict the performance of these satellite systems or these satellite networks in terms of a simulation or in a lab setting. So that's basically why we are interested in doing some of our own simulations. So a quick introduction to low Earth orbit satellites. So these are the type of satellites that we find orbiting the Earth between 200 and 2,000 kilometers. And you will see things like the Starlink, OneWeb, and the upcoming Project Kuiper networks. With Starlink and OneWeb are operational at this point in time, whereas Project Kuiper is still testing their demo satellites. So with Starlink, because that's the the constellation that we are working with, we have these two types of connections with Starlink. So it can be a pin pipe type of connection where we have a single satellite shared by two services like a Starlink terminal, user terminal, and a Starlink gateway. So this is more or less common when the Starlink terminal and the Starlink gateway are close to each other. So with this is most likely what we will find in places like New Zealand, where we have a number of gateways along the country. And for pin pipe connection type connections, we need to be, these two need to be close to each other. So for remote locations where there are no ground infrastructure, this is when the inter-satellite links are used to connect the Starlink user terminals and the Starlink gateways. And there are quite a number of challenges that we have with simulating LEO satellites or LEO type networks. So the first issue that we see is the lack of documentation about the technologies that these systems use. So in terms of the routing, queuing, queue management, and handovers, these are not documented. So most of the information that are available are mostly from the FCC filings that these service providers actually filed to FCC. And this actually creates difficulty when you're trying to understand how the network works. The other thing that we find quite interesting is the huge variety of potential design configurations. And by this we mean things like the altitude of the satellites, the number of satellites or the number of planes that needs to be taken into account, the inclination, the number of shells per plane, the number of planes per shells, rather. And all of these things need to be considered when you're trying to simulate the Starlink or the low Earth orbit type satellite networks. The fact that the satellites themselves also move continuously moving in the sky means that the physical path between the satellite user terminal and the satellite themselves continuously move, right? So that actually affects the latency. So we don't see fixed latencies that we see in geo satellites and MEO satellites. So with low Earth orbit satellites, they continuously change. And the worst between satellites also can contribute to available bandwidth to the clients. This is something that we have also experienced, but the actual endeavors themselves, we don't have any knowledge of how they actually do that. With routing, we know that they can contribute to the changing latencies as well. And the amount of information that we have is quite lacking. And at least one of the things that we know is that all the in situations like remote locations where the only option is to use a inter-satellite link, we know that the shortest path is not always the path that these two or the network chooses. So in the case of routing, we know that remote locations like countries like Kiribati, where I'm from, we've noticed that all the traffic from that country exit the Starlink network here in New Zealand. So even though Australia is actually physically closer to Kiribati, we see everything exiting the network, the Starlink network here in New Zealand. So that's maybe just one of the small things that we know about the network itself. So there are a number of existing technologies that can simulate low Earth LEO satellites, low Earth orbiting satellites, like the software-based ones, and there are also implementations where VMs, virtual machines, and Docker containers are used. And they have their own advantages in terms of accessibility and cost effectiveness, the fact that you can accelerate your experiment. And but there are also limitations that we've also noticed. So things like the fact that they don't use real network libraries They don't also implement features like hardware offloading. Concurrency is another issue that we see in these types of simulating platforms. And of course, because the fact that they use artificial time-based, it's really not similar to what we see in real life networks situations. And for virtual machines and containers, we also have this issue with timing, especially if you add delay queues into the mix, you will see latencies that are all over the place. So the question is that can we actually rely on the results of these platforms? And for us, we think that they're probably not as similar to what we see in real life. And this is why our approach is different. We are trying to do this in hardware-based setup. So originally, we have a system where there's an existing GEO and MEO network simulator at the University of Auckland, the university's research lab, network research lab. And our plan was to simply upgrade that to be able to cater for low Earth orbit simulations or LEO orbit. The parameters that we are interested in are mostly the latency and the available bandwidth, because these are changing in LEOs. Whereas in MEO satellites and GEO satellites, they pretty much are fixed. And the same thing with available bandwidth. These are also changing in things like LEO, but not in GEO or MEO satellites. And the system already has this method of changing the queues that we use, so we can simply swap the queues that we can use for each experiment. And the demand, we also have a way of generating demand when we actually run the experiment. So I'll talk a little bit more about how we do this shortly. So the approach, as I mentioned before, we are actually trying to simulate the link itself, not the other parameters of the network. And in terms of the link, so this can either be the pins pipe solution, the pin pipe option that I talked about earlier, or the pin pipe, or the the inter-satellite links, ISLs. And by extension, we are also kind of, sorry, I accidentally pressed on something. Oh, someone is actually doing that. Okay, so in terms of the handovers, we are kind of doing a little bit of that as well, because when we change latencies and bandwidth, we are kind of simulating handovers as well. What we are certainly not doing is we are not simulating the orbits themselves or the trajectories of the satellites. We also not look into how the handovers are managed or the selection of the satellites or the actual routing algorithm that is used in the constellation or the LEO network. So the approach that we are taking, as I mentioned earlier, is to use the existing satellite simulator, the one that was designed mostly for the LEO, the MEO and the GEO setup, and we upgrade that to be able to accommodate low Earth orbit settings. So the system itself, at the moment, we have about just over 100 devices that perform the island clients. And by island clients, this was set up initially, it was designed to simulate what happens when multiple clients on a remote island connected to are sharing a single network, satellite link. So in this case, we have devices that act as clients, and we also have servers. And these are acting like world servers, right? So internet servers transferring data across to the clients. And the core of the network itself is the machine that we use for our actual link emulation. So this is what we call the satellite emulator. Apart from that, we have other devices that can perform different functions. And in some of the experiments that I'll be talking about here, we are actually not using these for specific functions. We just use them for pass-through routers. But in some cases, we use them for things like network coding and other functions. We also have a number of network capture devices, placed at different parts of the network, and this meant to capture the traffic or the trace files when the experiments are running. And we also have a number of network switches. So this is the photo of the setup. So we have four full white racks, and the devices inside the yellow frame are the clients themselves. So these are the Raspberry Pis and the NZNOGs, and inside the orange frame is the world servers, and we have a bunch of other machines in the paper frame, and the core part of that is the red device there, which is the link simulator, and I'll talk about that next. So the block diagram, this is simply what happens. So we have the world clients connected via that device that access the link, right? So this is our satellite. So as I mentioned earlier, we're just simply trying to emulate the satellite link itself, not the way satellites are actually working. So we use Q disks in terms of policing, shaping, or doing, and especially things like applying the constraints on the bandwidth and also delaying. So the specific type of Q disk that we use is a modified token bucket filter, and there was a discussion about token buckets earlier today, and the fact that there's also other options. So in this case, we're using a modified version of token bucket filter that doesn't allow burst traffic. So we removed the ability for this token bucket filter to have burst. So the maximum limit that we apply should always be the maximum, and it would never go beyond that. Well, that's in theory. And that's what we use for our rate limiting part of the experiment. For delaying the packets, we use the standard NetM Q disk. And as mentioned before, we have the option of switching the queues that we use with our TBF for token bucket filter simple Q disk. So we can use FQ or B50 or other options as well. And then we have this intermediate functional blocks to create interfaces, pseudo interfaces, which allow us to attach the token bucket to the ingress part of the setup, right? So token bucket is one of those shaping Q disks that you actually cannot attach to the ingress interface. So in this case, we're using intermediate functional blocks to do that. And I'll talk about that next. And the utility that we use is TC. This is part of the IP route 2. It allows us to update the Q disks during the experiments. And we do this in real time. So while the packets are flowing through the gateway or the route or the satellite emulator link, we apply the bandwidth, so the constraints, we apply the delays. And there's also another option that we've tried before. So this is the using netlink sockets to directly update the QDs in the Linux kernel. So this is also an option that we've tried before and actually works the same way. The only difference is that we have to update or modify the QDs. So basically we have to modify those QDs to be able to allow us to insert those changes via a direct netlink socket rather than using the TC that is also, it's actually meant for updating those QDs. So this is the approach that we're taking. This is just one part of the setup. So we are actually performing the same thing on both directions, right? So this is when we this is where we see the incoming packets are routed into the IFB interface, the intermediate functional block interface, where we attach the TPF symbol QDISC, and at the same time we are updating that via Q with TC. So we basically have a profile of data rates and profile of latencies that we obtain from our remote Starlink setup in Kiribati, and we're using that data to mimic what's happening with the latencies, the constraints that we have with latencies, and the constraints that we have with data rates or bandwidth, and the latencies that we see from those measurements as well. So after we apply the bandwidth constraints, the packets are then forwarded to the NetM queue, which applies the delays, and from there onwards to the other side of the network. And as I mentioned before, we do the same on the opposite direction. So we basically have the ability to independently update those two QDISC as we run the experiments. So this is a sample of the TC command that we use. And the underlined values are the ones that we actually just changed. So this is change for the data rates. We change this every 15 seconds. And this is simply a script that reads bandwidth profiles, updates the TC of every 15 seconds, to mimic what happens with the Starlink network. Because Starlink itself reconfigures itself every 15 seconds. That's the idea about around the 15-second interval updates. And for latencies, we simply update this every second. Again, we are in this setup, we are updating the QDISC to apply a 50 millisecond delay in one direction. So in both directions, this will be a 100 millisecond delay. So if you send the packets across, you will see the added or the artificial delays added to the packets. And a typical setup in terms of experiment flows like this. So we set up the directories, we configure the links, the queues, and then we start our data collection phase. So in this phase, we start up the client channels, and I'll talk about channels just in the next slide. We run the network, we start up the network tabs or the network capture devices. And then we start our measurements. The measurements start with what we call a whistling packet. So these are simply packets that we send across to mark the start of the experiment or the measurement. Then we run pings and IPF measurements. After that, we send a signal to terminate all the clients and the servers and the captures. So we basically stop everything, and then we start data processing. So basically harvest all the log files that have been generated from the clients, and we simply analyze them all in one go. So the channels are established from the client side. So we start off by randomly picking a server, one of the servers that I mentioned earlier. And these servers are configured in such a way that there are different delays applied to each server. So this is meant to mimic what happens with different servers at different geographical locations. So for instance, there'll be a server with lower latencies, like maybe a server in New Zealand, and there will be other servers in other locations, maybe the US with higher latencies. And on each of the servers, we have a list of different flow size data that the server itself randomly picks. And from there, we send that data across to the client. So basically simulate a data transfer between the server and the client. And then the server itself resets the connection, and the client actually perform the same process again. So we start again picking the servers, and then receive new data, and the cycle just repeats itself. So this is a sample experiment configuration. Again, as I mentioned, the bandwidth and latency profiles that we are from our measurements that we did from remote locations. So these are essentially using ISLs, inter-satellite links. And in this particular setup, we have different load rates. So we start from a pretty low rate demand, such as 25, in this case, 25 channels, and then we start doubling up on the load. We run the experiments mostly for 100 seconds, and we do 10 consecutive experiments for each channel. So we end up with 60 different experiments. And I mentioned about the rapid pings and the IPF transfers that we did during each of the experiments. So this is the result that we get, and this is kind of expected as we start from with a relatively low demand. We see that the amount of goodwood that is passing through the link is actually quite low, and as we move up the load, we move up in terms of the demand. We see a relatively more data. We see more data coming into on the link. So it's getting around visa as we go above 200 channels, and this actually peaks at about 500 channels. After that, we see something that looks like a congestive collapse, where the channel actually breaks the links. So in this case, we're not getting much more throughput beyond 500 channels. And the same thing happens with the IPF rates. So we start doing measurements from the server side to the clients, and initially we see some sort of bandwidth available, data rates available, and then as soon as we hit those 500, 1,000 channels, we basically see nothing happening with the IPF measurements. So I'm not sure if you can really see this from back there, but in this chart we plot the applied delays. So these are the ones in blue, and this is the artificial delays that we add. And the red dots there are the actual RTDs. And these experiments, we use FQ-GOTO, so the latencies that you see at the relatively low demand is very low in terms of the latency. So we don't see much in terms of latency or RTTs. But as soon as we hit those high demand loads, we are seeing a lot of an increase in latency and packet drops at this point. So the idea is that the applied delay should not be, or the RTT should not be less than the applied delay. So this is what we see with the queue searching times. With the queue searching times, we're seeing that initially with FQ-GOTO, the latency are very, very low. But as we go up the load, we increase the load on the link, we're starting to see a lot of packet loss, about 5% that we reached the 500, 1,000 load levels. And the other thing that you probably see from this chart is that we are seeing some negative queue searching time. So queue searching time is supposed to be the difference or the amount of time that the packets are spending inside the queues, right? So they're supposed to be more than zero, right? So you can't have a packet that doesn't spend more than a second in the queues. But as you can see in these charts, we see instances where we have some negative queue searching times. And this is because we can't really determine the exact moment when the delays have been applied. So when the packet moves in one direction, we apply the new latency. By the time it returns, there might be a different latency applied. So, and that's why we see a very, in some instances where we see a negative, because we basically deducted those two values, the applied latency and the actual RTT that you receive via the pings. And So that's actually the end of my presentation in terms of the results. So in conclusion, I'll talk about the challenges that we see in terms of trying to simulate what happens with low Earth orbit satellites. And the hardware-based simulator hope to actually increase the performance, increase the ability for us to mimic a LEO network link. And we think that the results compare well with the real Starlink network measurements. However, we're not very sure if the charts are actually not the same thing. But we tend to see that they're quite similar in terms of how the latencies are behaving. And for future work, we also are looking at trying out some other transport layer enhancements. So hopefully that's something that will add into this capability. And that's all. Thank you so much.
And we do have time for one quick question or two, if anyone wants to ask them. John?
Hi, Wayne. Hey, the original lab for this was set up by Ulrich
right.
For measuring Q oscillation on the O3B network, and how just because of how the queuing was set up, they weren't getting the throughput through the network that they were expecting. Are there any performance problems like that with Starlink, or is it really just working how it's supposed to?
At the moment, we also run some experiments with B54Qs, and the results are quite different. So we're not sure. Starlink itself is using FQ Coro, if I'm correct. And what we are seeing at the moment, we just actually started with these experiments a few weeks ago. So at the moment, we're still trying to understand what exactly we are getting in terms of the results that we have. So I can't really say for sure whether that there will be an issue with Starlink just by using the system.
Not a question, just a comment. The work that Ulrich and Wayne are doing started when I was at the University of Auckland. At that time, there was no simulation, so basically developing a software that measured the internet. And at that time, we also applied network coded TCP, which is a variant of TCP that improves throughput. It does work, but it's good to see that they have taken it from the real world, simulated, and now they're using NCTCP on the lab.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you.
So yeah, we've marked we're using PowerPoint before, or something that we shouldn't have been using. We're using PDF now. We believe it should all work. So we'll welcome back Mark Smith to the stage to talk about IP quirks and features. Hopefully there's some working slides.
Ready to go? Is that going to go full screen? No? Oh, yeah, here we go. I'll go back. Where's the back button? Right, finally. Okay, as I said, this is a bit of a rabbit hole when I started writing it, and there's a lot of slides, but we'll get through them. I've done this sort of thing before. So just if in case you see this glasses thing, it's an observation point. So introduction and context. My networking experiences started about 1993, 94. I started learning about coax, things like that, in the early 90s. I was mainly deploying Novell's NetWare 3.11, which is popular file and print server software at the time. And this is where I also started learning about networking protocols. And the first one I learned about was Novell's IPX. IPX, or Inter-Network Packet Exchange, was derived from Xerox network system, Internet Datagram Protocol, which is a earlier protocol. IPX addressing, the format is 32 bits or 4 octets for network number. It's encoded or shown as 8 digits of uppercase hexadecimal, and 48-bit or 6 octet node addresses shown in 12 digits of uppercase hexadecimal. So there's an example of an IPX address. The node address itself, well, it directly used the link layer address. So in fact, in that previous example, the node address I showed was really the MAC address of the interface. The network number, it's all zeros if it's unknown, and a PC, for example, would boot up and say to a local router, hey, what's the local network number, via an IPX RIP request. Forwarding in the network was longest match rule, similar to how IP works today with CIDR. And the last hop was literally copy the node address into the Ethernet destination address, and that's it. It was that simple. And well done, congratulations, you can add IPX to your resume now. That's really how simple it was. On the, here's a great quote from a very, very good book from a very smart lady. IPX gets the prize for simplicity and efficiency from Radio Perlman's Interconnections 2nd edition book. She discusses a lot of other protocols as well, compares them. The other thing I was doing at the time was deploying NCSA Telnet, which was an MS-DOS-based Telnet client. MS-DOS, if you haven't seen it, didn't have an IP stack in it, so NCSA Telnet provided that too. And I was also configuring IP addresses, subnet masks, default gateways, and DNS resolvers all manually, because DHCP-v4 didn't exist at the time. BootP, its ancestor, did, but the clients didn't support it. Some other issues, what are these classes things? I never really learnt that at the time, but you'd see these reference to class A, B, and C. And there was also no IP address, duplicate address detection. And when you have software developers, they sometimes copy their config onto one config onto 5 different machines, and so you spend a few hours fixing 5 duplicate addresses. Thankfully, these days they tell you in the logs. So in comparison to my IPX experience, TCP/IP, why is it so complex? What's these classes? What's these subnet masks? All this other stuff. In 1995, I then became a Novell certified instructor, and one of the courses I was teaching was Novell's TCP/IP course. I did know what classes were at this point. The addressing topics were classes, subnet masks, including subnet masks that did partial octets, so not just at the dot boundaries. That was a bit hard to teach. Wasn't really talking about classless inter-domain routing, because that was, on reflection, being invented at the time. But yes, it was in broad terms, the topics were fairly intermediate, but not very advanced or high and advanced. It was still hard to teach. I ended up teaching the course 5 attempts or 5 times before I really felt comfortable with how well I'd taught the students, and some feedback I had from them was that I'd explained everything well. Unfortunately, I never taught it again, which was a bit unsatisfying, but oh well. Again, why so complex? Why is TCP/IP like this? And the question, I say complex intentionally, I don't think anyone would design things this complex unless they had to. But that sort of led me on to thinking, well, if I'm teaching IPv4, maybe if I understand why things are so complex, the whys can help make illogical and hard to understand things easier to understand. And I also, along the way, discovered some other interesting things. So early IP addressing, and this is where it was a bit of a rabbit hole. I looked up these topics randomly over time, and I found key documents. I thought I'd talk about it for this presentation. I realised, well, I should sort of show the history of it. And yeah, it's not a huge thing, but it's a lot more than I expected. So in May 1974, there was an original paper called A Protocol for Packet Network Interconnection by Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn. It's quite an interesting paper, obviously it's an old one. It was really the first proposal for an internetworking protocol to interconnect different, what they called packet switching networks, which today we call layer 2 networks, broadly. And you know, there's an example of a PSN on the left and the interconnection between them. The sorts of problems to be solved is actually documented in RFC 635, if you want to go into detail. I mean, I haven't read it, but it's sort of, if you want to find out what the problems with the ARPANET were, and the ARPANET was one of these PSNs, have a look at RFC 635. One of the things that introduces this gateway, we know gateways as routers today, and as a trivia point, that's why the default gateway is probably called a default gateway, not a default router in the early IP. What it's describing, and this is when you start realising they're really inventing networking or inventing internet working at the time, they actually describe a transmission control program, not a protocol. And they describe it as a process that sits on all the hosts. The network applications talk to it, and then it uses the PSN network connection to send to other transmission control programs. The transmission control program is really a combination of what we know today as both the Internet Protocol and the Transmission Control Protocol, and more generally a network protocol stack. And the wire protocol, the format on the wire, was generally called the Internetwork Transmission Protocol. That term's mentioned in that paper, but it really doesn't expand on it. It always sort of talks about TCPs, and it's not even talking about transmission control protocols, it's talking about transmission control processes or programs. The network addressing. The choice for network identification, 8 bits, allows up to 256 distinct networks. This seems sufficient size for the foreseeable future. That sounds a bit naive today, but in 1974, when you're building and inventing this stuff, 256 probably sounds like a big number. And similarly, the other thing about this is the addressing for nodes was really actually addressing these processes or programs, not hosts as such. And in that case, it used 16-bit addressing for them, so it had 65,000 within a PSN network, which again is probably pretty large. So there we can see the very simple transmission control program address, 8 bits network, 16 bits TCP or transmission control program identifier. So we have simple addresses. What is missing is how to convert those TCP addresses into the PSN network address for the appropriate PSN format. That's not addressed in this one, but is addressed in, later. So in the context of current networks, we have routers, gateways, network and transport layer functions and implementations, although they're combined, and network and node addressing that is independent of each of the PSNs. December 1974. 7 months later, we get an RFC version of this protocol in RFC 675. We've got changed addressing. We now have 4 addresses, network addresses that are encoded in 4 bits, and we have a length of them. And that length is in units of 4 bits, and it can hold up to 15 values, 1 through 15. If we do the maths, 15 times 4 bits is 60 bits. So in theory, this network protocol at the time could have had 60-bit network addresses, which is really large, of course. There's also an unused version field, which we'll talk about in a moment. Remember what I said about the 256 foreseeable future networks? It would appear that because they've moved to units of 4 bits for the network numbers, they started to think, well, maybe it isn't sufficient. To go on to the next topic, we're going to go on a slight detour. I need to talk about Internet Experiment Notes, or INs. These are a predecessor of RFCs, or not a predecessor, sorry, an alternative to them. They span between July 77 through to September 82. If you ever download an RFC archive, you might notice a directory called IEN and have never looked in it. Well, that's what's in there, the INs. And that's where you can see alternative documentation about the earlier versions of TCP and IP. And here's an example. We're about to talk about TCP version 2. That is IN number 5. So March 1977. We have version 2 of TCP, or the Transmission Control Program, not protocol. And this is really just saying that RFC 675, that undefined version number, that was actually version 1. So we're now up to version 2 of TCP. Addressing. The network identifies back to 8 bits. We've given up that complex 4 bits times 4 bits. Destination host has also changed to 24 bits instead of 16. So you add those two together, we've got 32-bit address. Jackie Chan's happy now because it's simple. One other thing, observation, is that this is also the time when they're rolling out the network, and it's not a particularly planned thing. I think it was fairly voluntary. You know, organisations ring up and say, hey, can I connect? In December 1974, from that version 1 that we saw, there were only 6 PSNs, the ARPANET, Cyclades in France, etc. While in March 1977, so less than 3 years later, we have 15 connected, including, say, the British Post Office and so on. So the global network is starting to be built. January 1978, 9 months later, we have TCP version 3, Transmission Control Program version 3, or is it Transmission Control Protocol version 3? It actually changes in the document. And I think the explanation of this is that there was another version of TCP published separately from the IETF, or separately to, I suppose it was the IF, at Stanford Research Institute by John Postel, and that was where it's actually originally changed to Transmission Control Protocol, whether it's officially or not. Have a look up RFC 2468 to see who John Postel was. And so he's a co-author, and I think that explains the difference. But now we've, logically moved on from program to protocol. We've returned to variable length addressing again. Only this time it's been moved from the network number. The network number is still 8 bits, but this is to allow for multiple length host addresses. And so there we can see in the packet format, there is a destination address length field and a source address length field, and then the destination and source addresses. Oh, so complex. It's bouncing between simple and complex. June 1978, 6 months later, something significant happened. IP was split off from TCP. And this is where we officially got Transmission Control Protocol and IP in INs 40 and 41. So we're going to start ignoring the TCP ones and just look at the IP ones. So IN 41, here's an example from that, which is showing the protocol relationships. It's very familiar to us. The significance there is there's a transport layer protocol called RTP, Real-Time Transport Protocol. One bit of trivia, UDP actually didn't exist yet at this time. So RTP was the thing that sort of inspired that. Addressing is the same as before, variable length, so on. September 1978, I was 7. IN 54, IP version 4, something's gone missing. The destination address length and source address length, that's gone. We're back to fixed, simple 32-bit addresses. Isn't it lovely? Oh, no. Now the battery's dead. Where's the... Oh, okay. I think the battery's flat. Yeah, all right. Next slide, please. Computers, hey? Should have got a slide projector and done foils. I don't think so. Right, thank you. So yes, as I observed, those fields are gone. We've got 32 bits. We still have an 8-bit network number and 3 octet node address, so on. Next slide, please. Jackie Chan's happy again. Next slide, please. I'm going to be saying this about 60 times more. In August 1979 and December 1979, we have 2 other versions. Next slide, please. IN 111, it's called Internet Protocol, not a surprise. What is the slight difference is they've renamed the lower host fields to local address. IN 128 and RFC 760, and we're getting close to current times, that became the DoD standard Internet Protocol. 32-bit addresses, 1 octet network, 3 bits, 3 octets, the rest. They didn't even call it host addresses. It became a very generic thing. Next slide, please. So as an observation, to summarise the history we've seen, TCP addresses started out as simple in 1974, 1 octet network, 2 octets TCP identifier. It evolved through complexity of variable length network and variable length host. And then it reverted to simple 32-bit, 1 octet network, 3 octets host. Thank you. Oh, this reminds me of one of my favourite RFCs, if you're not familiar with it, RFC 1925. It's an April Fool's, but I don't think there's any real jokes in it, other than its name. And rule number 12, in protocol design, perfection has been reached, not when there is nothing left to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. Simple as possible, no simpler. Get rid of complexity whenever you can. Unnecessary complexity. Complexity can be justified, but make sure it is justified. September 1971, 22 months later, we get the current IPv4 RFC, RFC 791. Oh, we've got classful addressing now. We've got complexity again. Class A, 7 bits a net, 14 bits, so on and so forth. Hopefully you may or may not know classful addressing, but we just, suckers for punishment. We can talk about the reason why though. In RFC 762, January 1980, RFC 762 is the assigned network numbers. It's sort of like the RARs of today, and it's listing the networks that have been given network addresses. So, network 10 is the ARPANET, network 13 is, or 12, sorry, is Cyclades, and so on and so forth. There were 33, sorry. It's going forwards too close. In RFC 790, which is equivalent, and this is where they've introduced classes, now they've given all those earlier networks Class A addresses. So there's no Class Bs and no Class Cs, but we can see there's quite a few more. And that means in 20 months, the number of networks increased by 27%. Sorry, whoops. We're running out of network numbers. And classful addressing was a way to increase the number of networks without increasing the IPv4 address size. That's interesting. Without increasing the IPv4 address size. IPv6 increases the address size. Maybe we needed IPv6 in 1980. Because if we're doing something complex like classes, that's probably a sign we should have said. And quite frankly, with 44 networks, and maybe, who knows, no more than 5,000 hosts, it would have been a lot easier to do then than IPv6 has been 30 years later. What instead we got was classful addressing in RFC 791. Well, there were issues with that. People get they want a lot of Class Cs because the Class B was too big. So we got subnetting in RFC 950 in August of 1985. And then, well, that caused trouble too. So then in September 1993, we got classless inter-domain routing. All to try and squeeze as many addresses out of this 32-bit thing that we could have changed in the early 80s and just made bigger. Oops, sorry. Again, address mappings. One thing that hasn't been covered is how to resolve, and the earlier paper didn't cover it, is how to resolve these network identifiers into PSN addresses. That was addressed later, and there's RFCs called address mappings, and this is how to convert each packet switch network's layer 2 address into an IP address. As a couple of examples, we have the ARPANET. ARPANET addresses was the host address, a logical host, and an IMP or an interface message processor, which was sort of like a router in the ARPANET. So we take those 3 octets, we zero out the logical host because IMPs couldn't understand it, and we shove it in the lower 3 octets of the IP address. And since the ARPANET has network 10, there is an IP address that embeds an ARPANET network address. Very simple. We saw this in IPX earlier. AutoDIN, just as another example, AutoDIN is another network type. It's sort of like if you want token ring and Ethernet and so on, that sort of thing. They had a 16-bit address for a terminal, no structure to it, shove it in the lower 16 bits of the address, put in a 0 to fill up the remaining one, and they had network number 26, Class A 26. It's all very simple and straightforward. A spanner in the works came along in 1982, and that's Ethernet with 48-bit addresses, where you can't shove 48 bits in 24 or 16 or C. So that's how we got up and the address resolution protocol because of it. However, an observation, if your link layer addresses are bigger than your IP addresses, so 32-bit IP addresses that are supposed to address the whole of the world, and you've got 48 bits on your local link, maybe your IP addresses aren't big enough, just as another observation. As another minor detail, I thought I'd answer this question, why are they so big? There's a wonderful paper, and I really recommend this, not just for answering that, but it talks about routing and what routes are really hints. 48-bit absolute internet and Ethernet host numbers by Jürgen Dahlal. His name's on RFC 675 too. So there's all these people who've been involved at various different organisations. It says that you could use 10, 11 or even 16 bits to address the maximum of 1,000 nodes on an Ethernet at the time. So why pick 48, which can do 281,474,977 million addresses? The short answer, the long answer is good in that paper, the short answer is plug and play. We couldn't have people go and buy an Ethernet-enabled device at Officeworks and just plug it in if you had to configure these. So it was about not having to set link layer addresses, they just work. Xerox invented all this plug and play stuff. So tying this all to IPv6. IPv6, we have 128-bit addresses, fixed length. Our layer 3 to layer 2 translation is the network discovery protocol, sort of the equivalent of ARP. Node identification is via the interface identifier. Interface identifier address part is 64 bits by default. Interface identifier generation is EUI64s or EUI48s, which is MAC addresses, with an inverter bit that's been deprecated, and these days it's random, stable or temporary addresses. And finally, subnet prefix and router discovery via router solicitations and router advertisements. The original version of IPv6, or the original proposal for IPv6 is in RFC 1710. It's called the Simple Internet Protocol Plus, and that used 64-bit addresses, which is still pretty large. It's 4 billion times the IPv4 address space. 4 billion times, because every bit you add, you double it. So, 33 bits is 8 billion, 34 bits is 16, and so on. And the idea was we would use CIDR prefix length across the whole 64 bits to identify the network versus the hosts. Of course, the consequence of that, much like in IPv4, you've got to pick how many addresses you think you need on a link. It's also quite common as people use /24s in IPv4 to say, you know what, we're going to make them all the same, roughly big enough, and use it everywhere. The reason IPv6 expanded to 128 bits was a proposal by Mike O'Dell, who was at UNet at the time. It's called the 8+8 proposal. I won't go into what that was about. There's an RFC I'm about to recommend. But it added another 64 bits, and it embedded a MAC address. An EUI64 is a bigger version of an IEEE MAC address. And EUI48s, 48-bit MAC addresses, can be converted into EUI64s. That gave us a default subnet size of a /64, which is huge. But you know what? We don't have to worry about how many hosts there are going to be in there, because there'll always be enough addresses. In fact, there'll be plenty of addresses. It's like having a big truck. Once you've got a big truck, you can carry everything. The other thing that it did is indirectly it actually increased the IPv6 address space, because the 2 to the power of 64 before was number of nodes. This is now 2 to the power of 64 subnets. So we went even further than what they thought was originally good enough. Address mappings for IPv6, you could say, and this was a confusion point of mine, was why can't we just, take the layer 2 address out of the IPv6 address and send it down like IPX did? Neighbour discovery gave us a lot of other things. Firstly, IPv6 already had neighbour discovery, but it does things like detecting when addresses go away, router discovery, presence, and so on. So it was a convenience, not a necessity, to use EUI64s or MAC addresses if you want for IPv6 addresses. Trouble is, they're globally trackable. If you've got access to that information, you say, Mark was in Melbourne yesterday and he's in New Zealand today because that MAC address is following me around. So we've given up on that idea, and neighbour discovery allowed us to. There's an RFC if you want to find all the history. There's a lot of conflicts about it and so on, RFC 7421. Finally, for router discovery, similar to IPX, there's a request, a router solicitation or router advertisements for hosts to discover, IPv6 hosts to discover their default routers. Similar to IPX. Well, maybe IPX is similar to RFC 1256, which is ICMP router discover messages, or if you ever see a protocol called ICMP router discovery, Juniper implement it, Cisco implement it, you used to be able to get a client for it on Fedora. It's specified in this, and there's a special name up the top there, Steve Deering. Steve Deering is one of the co-designers of IPv6. He's also the multicast bloke as well. But this explains where router advertisements and so on came from. And he also worked at Xerox, so he's also from the plug-and-play people. So some final observations. Much of the complexity in IPv4 that we've had, subnet masks, classes, prefixes, etc., has been fundamentally to get around, in modern times, to get around the 32-bit constraint. We've solved that with IPv6, so we don't need to copy our IPv4 complexities into IPv6. Simpler is better. We get all these proposals in the ITF all the time, oh, you know, we've got to do this. No, just keep it simple, stupid. Right, any questions? Thank you. I've stunned them with the number of slides we've been through. There was 113. I know we only aimed for 60 or 80, and I was like, oh, anyway.
Yeah, looks like you're off the hook. So
beautiful.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Yes, that brings us to the end of our morning session. So lunch is now, it's in the room behind us, so just head out the door on your right, and we'll resume back here at 1:30 this afternoon for our afternoon session. Thank you.
The next session starts in 5 minutes. Please, could you make your way back to your seats as soon as possible? Thank you.
All right, let's start on the final phase of Thursday. It's going to be a very hard time because, after lunch, everyone is feeling a bit tired. But I'm sure we have very good speakers, starting off with Jodie Anderson from Internet NZ. She'll be presenting on internet governance.
Thank you. Internet governance being the most exciting topic you're likely to hear about at this conference, of course, was put in the after lunch break to wake everybody up. Kia ora koutou, my name's Jodie Anderson. I'm the Internet Governance Lead at Internet New Zealand, Ipurangi Aotearoa. Internet New Zealand is a not-for-profit organisation that operates the .nz domain space. I'm just going to start my timer, that might be a good idea. For Aotearoa New Zealand, that's our core work, but we do other things that are related to that and that support an internet that benefits all of Aotearoa. One of those things is internet governance work. Our brand new constitution identifies promoting and actively participating in multi-stakeholder internet governance processes as one of our objects. And in our current annual goals, Goal 1 includes working with the global community to model, defend and improve a multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. My role is to lead that internet governance work, and I've popped up on this slide the main areas of my work, and I'd be really interested in talking to any of you about any of those if you have any questions. I'm here until the end of the conference tomorrow. But what I'm looking to talk to you about today is that third one down, defending multi-stakeholder internet governance. I was here at NZNOG last year talking about this topic and about the new global coalition that Internet New Zealand were helping set up to do that work. And some of you may have heard that talk. And it's lovely to be back at NZNOG this year to talk more about this and to update you on the coalition and the work we're doing. Today I'm looking forward to telling you about what we mean by multi-stakeholder internet governance and why we need to defend it, why it's under threat and what that looks like, and what Internet New Zealand space, work in this space looks like with a focus on that global coalition that we stood up beginning of last year. So to understand what is meant by multi-stakeholder internet governance, it's important to understand where internet governance started. The internet isn't governed, as you possibly already know, by a single centralised authority, but instead by a decentralised collaborative patchwork of various bodies. These bodies weren't put in place through some sort of master plan. Instead, as the core internet technologies and systems grew out of small-scale research experiments and scaled up and became a network of networks, institutions sprang up to govern these technologies and systems. Institutions like some of the bodies I've got on this slide, ICANN, which coordinates the internet's unique identifiers and runs the root zone of the DNS, the regional internet registries. APNIC is our Asia Pacific one, which deals with IP numbers, the Internet Engineering Task Force, which manages core internet protocols, WC3 for developing web standards, and these institutions and others, including the Internet Society and country code top-level domains like .nz and others, are the internet technical community that ensure that the internet works and keeps working day in and day out. And what is special about many of the institutions which emerged to manage or govern the internet is that they had some specific characteristics. First of all, they were private, so they weren't government, they weren't run by governments, they weren't intergovernmental institutions like the United Nations. Instead, they were private organisations where governments were on an equal footing with all the other stakeholders. Governments weren't special, they didn't control the process or the space. Secondly, these institutions are open to everybody, to any stakeholder who's interested in or impacted by the decisions. They can participate. So it's not just governments, it's also academics, the technical community, civil society, and others. And these institutions have different types of models, but all of these models are open to anybody who wants to be part of the community. And third, they have a bottom-up consensus-driven process. So the decision and the policy-making processes of these institutions come from the bottom. Change is driven from the multi-stakeholder community. And this approach, which is the approach that would come to be known as the multi-stakeholder approach, was fundamental to the evolution and the growth of the internet that we know, because it enabled complex problems thrown up by the development of the internet to be solved because it incorporated a wide range of expertise, and it protected the internet from being overtaken by one stakeholder and its interests, because each stakeholder held each other to account. And This approach, this multi-stakeholder approach, essentially created the internet as we know it and has kept the internet working day in and day out for decades. So this is where we were by the early 2000s. We had this distributed patchwork of collaborative institutions managing or governing the internet using this private, open, bottom-up approach. And in the early 2000s, the internet was really taking off. Some of you will remember, some of you are young and won't. It was becoming important and central to the daily lives of many people and to the economies of many countries. And governments were starting to cotton on that the internet was really important, and some were looking to control it. And governments and others gathered at a summit in the early 2000s called the WSIS, the World Summit on the Information Society. It was a United Nations summit, and they were gathering to talk about how to build a people-centred, inclusive and development-oriented information society. But the question of internet governance came up, and how the internet should be governed and who should govern it. And so it was put on the agenda for the second half of this meeting in 2005. And essentially, some countries were deeply uncomfortable with the management of such important infrastructure being done by organisations where governments were just one of many stakeholders and weren't actually in control. And they wanted to embed the governance of the internet's critical resources and infrastructure, like domain names and IP addresses, into an intergovernmental institution where they'd have more say and more power over it. And other countries didn't want to see these resources assigned to an intergovernmental institution, but to stay where they were being managed in that multi-stakeholder way in private, bottom-up coordination. And it was actually at WSIS that this model was given the name, the multi-stakeholder model. And these other countries who wanted the multi-stakeholder model to be the model for internet governance, they recognised that multi-stakeholder internet governance was really important because the internet, as a network of networks, requires multiple stakeholders to make sure it keeps working, and that this model by design prevents any single entity, particularly states, exerting undue control or influence over the internet's architecture. I've put a wee quote there, which isn't actually a quote from WSIS, it's actually from the IANA transition, but it says there, this was on a US website, by supporting multi-stakeholder internet governance, we make certain the internet becomes no other nations to take. So this was the battle at WSIS. Should governance of the internet be multi-stakeholder, or should it be multilateral, controlled by governments? And the supporters of the multi-stakeholder model won the day, and the WSIS outcome documents did recognise the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance, and so things did continue as they had started. But while this particular battle was won, it was just the beginning of the war, because the countries that wanted government control of the internet have never fully reconciled to that decision or that agreement that was made at WSIS. And for the past 20 years, this has been an enduring disagreement, and in different ways and in different forums, the debate recurs. This is a slightly hyperbolic sort of title, but it's about the battle for the internet's soul. I told you it'd be exciting after lunch. So over the last 20 years, certain countries like Russia and China and others, not necessarily acting together, but certainly acting towards the same end, have systematically engaged in an effort to try and centralise internet governance in intergovernmental spaces. And their forum of choice, the place they want internet governance to go, is the International Telecommunications Union, which is the UN's Information and Communication Technologies Agency. And they want to make the ITU the centre of global internet governance because they can gain greater influence in a structure controlled by governance. They can get one of their people to be Secretary General, they can stack the staff, things like that, and they've tried those before. And because the ITU members are nation states that they can influence. And these countries want to increase nation-state control over the operations of the internet so they can redesign and control internet infrastructure and technology, so they can legitimise crackdowns on dissent, expand online surveillance, enable internet shutdowns and weaken human rights. And at the other end of the spectrum, you have countries like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the EU, the usual suspects, often known as the like-mindeds. And they oppose this because we recognise that this kind of political interference in the operations of the internet would affect human rights, freedom of expression, privacy. It would really complicate cybersecurity efforts, and it would fundamentally undermine the availability and the integrity of the internet through things like fragmentation. So this war has been ongoing for 20 years or more in the ITU and other spaces. And what it sort of looks like on the ground is those countries coming in and proposing certain types of language and trying to get resolutions that undermine multi-stakeholder internet governance. And the proposals can be quite clear, like in 2012, Russia introduced a proposal at the ITU to move internet addressing authorities from ICANN and the RIRs into the ITU, but often it's subtle sort of coded language, just trying to create a chink in the armour to build upon to create that sort of wider crack. And this is a very serious focus for many in the IG community, and there is an army of internet governance people from governments and the technical community and civil society and other stakeholders all around the world who year in and year out turn up at ITU meetings and in other relevant spaces to defend multi-stakeholder internet governance and ensure that that language does not get to see the light of day and doesn't get into those spaces to make a foothold. And many nations include defending multi-stakeholder internet governance in their cybersecurity strategies for this reason. And a recent example I saw was the Australian cybersecurity strategy, which says that we will continue to defend the technical infrastructure essential to the availability and integrity of the internet and oppose efforts to bring the technical management and governance of the internet under government control. And you can see that in the US cybersecurity strategy and the EU ones, and I believe we've got it in the current New Zealand one, and we'll have it in the next one. So until now, we've managed to maintain the status quo through that hard work year in, year out, but it is getting harder to do so. And this year is particularly challenging and particularly critical. And some of the things that are happening to make it particularly challenging and particularly critical is that, first of all, authoritarian states are starting to leverage other things happening in the multilateral system, so like in the UN, to achieve their outcomes, finding opportunities to get language in that they can then build on in other global agreements to slowly sort of build up language that they can then sort of hook their outcomes onto. For example, in the UN Convention Against Cybercrime, negotiated in the UN, which I think finished up last year, this was supposed to have a criminal justice focus, but the original draft put forward by Russia had an entire chapter on internet governance and tried to pull the entire internet governance mechanism into the UN. So they're looking for opportunities to get their language into other spaces. And secondly, there are particular opportunities currently in the system that allow for the internet governance debate to be reopened. For example, the WSIS agreement that I told you about before, which was 20 years ago, this year it's coming up to its 20-year review, which means that there are opportunities to reopen that debate and for nation states to make different decisions. Added to that, the arguments that the authoritarian states are making are becoming increasingly persuasive to the sort of the large block of states in the middle, many of whom are developing or underdeveloped. And the arguments involve sort of internet sovereignty concepts, so arguing that states should have control of their domestic internet governance, control of their domestic part of the internet, if there were such a thing. And they frame multilateralism or government control as more inclusive and equitable to those states. And this is very persuasive to many of these states because they want to control the internet to protect their populations or control their populations or support their development. And these arguments are being complemented by things that are happening on the ground, like China exporting tech solutions, building digital infrastructure, and as they do so, they socialise these concepts that nation states have the right to development and security and stability, and they use coded language, which essentially is a foundation for arguing that the internet should be governed multilaterally. And these debates and these opportunities are all taking part in the multilateral system, so the government-to-government system like the UN. Whether these outcomes happen or not is up to nation states because they're the only ones that can vote there. So even coming up to the end of last year, things were pretty concerning because of the opportunity that WSIS gives us this year, gives them this year. But of course, what's been added to the pile this year is the current US administration, which could make matters worse on a whole heap of fronts. A couple of ways could be things like, you know, they've traditionally been a mainstay of defending multi-stakeholder internet governance. They have large negotiating teams, deep institutional knowledge in those teams, a lot of soft power to help influence some of those middle states into certain positions, and it's unclear what's going to happen in that space this year. Also, ICANN and the root of the DNS is housed in the US. Countries like Russia and China have long argued that the internet is controlled by the US because of this. And while the US was like they were before this year, it was easier to argue against this. But the unpredictability of this administration could give the authoritarian regimes the ammunition to argue to the middle countries that the US can't be trusted. And that's why moving governance of critical resources to the ITU is a good idea. So it sort of gives them the ammunition that they've always needed to say, look, we need to move this into somewhere where all governments can have a say. So it's not a good situation heading in to this year. We've got multi-stakeholder internet governance, which is pretty critical to the open global secure internet, which has always been at risk, but this year it's become increasingly so. And so in this context, it's increasingly important that those who care about multi-stakeholder internet governance and understand its importance engage to defend it. And that includes Internet New Zealand, and the main pathway by which we are engaging to defend multi-stakeholder internet governance is through a coalition that we helped stand up at the beginning of last year, and that's what I'm going to tell you about next. So throughout 2023, as the global internet technical community and other stakeholders became increasingly aware of the sort of the growing risk and the fact that this year was going to be a pretty big one. There was a lot of consensus that the technical community needed to be active in these processes, so these UN processes like WSIS coming up. You know, so as to have a clear voice in shaping the debates and to speak up for multi-stakeholderism and to speak up for the technical community's place in that model. And we recognise that, you know, it's really important that other stakeholders in the system, like the technical community, don't leave the fight to the friendly governments, because it's our voices that will be left out if internet governance moves into intergovernmental spaces. But it's easier said than done, engaging in United Nations processes. I don't know if anybody's ever tried it. It's pretty hard. They're opaque and confusing. It's very hard to know what's happening, to get information. And also, there didn't appear at the time to be a functioning mechanism for coordination and activation of the technical community for this purpose, or any plans for one, because we did go out and tried to figure out if ICANN or ISOC or any of the sort of the what's known as the I-STAR organisations were going to, you know, pull together some sort of technical community approach. So this is the gap that Internet New Zealand stepped into alongside our friends at Auda and Sierra and Nominet. Those are the country code top-level domains for Australia, Canada and the UK, .au, .ca and .uk. And we created a coalition and stood it up at the beginning of 2024. And we named it, it's pretty catchy, you've got to admit, a Technical Community Coalition for Multi-Stakeholderism, or TCCM. We named it a Technical Community Coalition to leave room for other technical community collaboration initiatives. And our overarching goal is, of course, to defend, evolve and strengthen multi-stakeholder internet governance on the basis that this is the best approach to ensuring that the internet remains open, free, global, secure, resilient and all the good things that we want the internet to be. But the operational purpose of setting up the coalition, as I sort of alluded to earlier, is to support members of the technical community to better engage in the UN processes and to collaborate so that we're more effective in those processes. So we're looking to help each other navigate the processes by sharing information and opportunities. We're going to discuss, we discuss views and share views on the issues and on the draft texts that are going to come up. Both to support our engagement directly in the process, because they do sometimes open the processes up and let us speak into the sort of the co-facilitators who are drafting the agreements, but also to support our governments as they sort of negotiate into the processes, because they're the member states who are going to be voting. And we also developing joint positions so that we have greater impact together rather than just being a lot of little voices. So in 2024, we're just over a year old. We stood it up a bit just over about this time last year. And in 2024, we did a lot of engaging on the Global Digital Compact, which was a UN process that some internet governance language was introduced into. So we engaged in reactionary mode in that process, and we also figured out how to organise ourselves and what our working methods are. We built a secretariat, which was all those four original organisations, but we've added some more people to the secretariat since then, so we've got sort of a global representation. And the secretariat undertakes the lion's share of the work, with weekly meetings looking after the machinery of the coalition, growing and promoting the TCCM and driving the substantive work. And we built a membership. We now have about 35 organisations covering all regions of the globe who are members of the coalition. And this includes registries, top-level domain regional groups, registrars, registries for internet numbers and registry service providers. And we've got a mailing list, and we share information and do the work of the wider coalition in that. We've developed a statement of purpose that centres the coalition and connects all the members to a common goal. We've set up a website, which I've popped there, tccm.global. Go have a look and see. You can read all the statements, all the joint statements that we've put into all the different processes. And we're engaging in the relevant processes to defend multi-stakeholder internet governance. So last year we engaged in the Global Digital Compact. This year we're engaging in WSIS Plus 20, and we'll keep going. I think there's been lots of positive feedback from many different people and organisations in many different spaces about the coalition. For example, governments especially have indicated that voices like ours help them inside the negotiations, because they're able to point to positions, our positions as support for their positions sort of from the wider multi-stakeholder community. And in 2025, we're going to continue to do much the same work as we look to engage in the WSIS Plus 20 process. So we've got a work plan. We're trying to be more strategic this year, less reactive in our approach. We've stood up a WSIS task force of engaged members to develop positions on key issues so we can advocate for those directly into the process, as well as influencing or supporting governments in taking those positions as well. We're engaging with other people in the sort of the iStar and the technical community so that we're all giving similar messages. And we're continuing to promote and grow TCCM. And I think we've built quite an impressive profile in the short time we've been active. We do get mentioned in a lot of articles and blogs. We're used as a live example that multi-stakeholder internet governance is being fought for, that we care, and that stakeholders and the technical community in particular are going to fight for multi-stakeholder internet governance. And we think our work will have an impact on the WSIS Plus 20 outcome, and we're working hard to ensure that. I'd love to chat or answer any questions about this work or about the coalition with anyone who's interested. You can come talk to me while I'm here at NZNOG. I'm here till tomorrow afternoon, and I can also be contacted on this email address anytime you like. And with that, I hope everybody is not asleep after lunch and the post-lunch talk. That was exciting, right? Internet governance is really exciting. Yeah, thank you very much.
Any questions?
One question.
Oh, just a simple one, really. Where can we go to track what's going on? It's me over here.
Thank you. I couldn't see where you were. Where can you go to track what's going on? It's difficult because the United Nations websites don't tend to track this stuff very well. They've promised that this year for the WSIS Plus 20 they'll be better. So we're hoping that things will be more timely on their website. But you know, the way I track it is just to keep an eye on the commentators who are talking about it, and you know, you can always sign up to the Internet New Zealand .news and stuff, and I'll be putting, you know, blogs out every so often. That might be another way. But yeah, the main problem is there's really no central space until the United Nations hopefully gets its act together, starts a proper WSIS Plus 20 webpage and keeps track of it, which we're hopeful they'll do, because we've been putting a bit of pressure on them since the GDC process last year, which was awful and very opaque. Hope that answers your question.
Another question here. What can we as engineers, companies, the industry do to support what you're doing? Really
good question. You can, if you're ever talking to the New Zealand government, and I think there are some people here from the New Zealand government, you know, you can talk to them about the fact that this is important. It would be really good. You know, the New Zealand government's great, but it's important because these are member state negotiations, the most important thing is to have the governments engaging on this. So if you're ever talking to the New Zealand government, say, hey, make sure you're engaging in internet governance. That would be one thing. And yeah, over and above that, just keep talking about it. One of the main problems of this area is that because it's a very sort of silent battle, because as we keep winning, nothing changes. You know what I mean? It's like, yay, we've won, the internet's still here. It's very unexciting in that way. If we lost, bad things would happen, but we don't even want to get to that point because we couldn't put it all back together again. So I think raising awareness and talking about the importance of it is probably the best thing. Thanks for the question.
One last question. Let me elevate the level of this up a bit. It is surprising in New Zealand, given, I suppose, the ruptures of deregulation when it happened, that you've actually created a regime where private companies are working with some degree of constraint to uphold the common interest of a public communication system in service of the country. And WSIS kind of emboldened that framework at a global level, that it took public communications out of the hands of governments and left it to markets and private sector operators with an implicit stricture, don't abuse the end user. Unfortunately, these same kind of undertakings were made by Theodore Vail in 1919 about AT&T in becoming a de facto monopoly in the US. His promises to be an enlightened public telephone company lasted about 5 years, and then it became as evil as the rest of them. The problem is, how do we make the promise of actually being better than we are? Because while there have been some success stories, the positions of Google, Microsoft, Amazon, etc., are a stain on all of us. We've created companies that are just so large, so obscenely large in terms of their political influence globally, that we don't know how to deal with them. I can't blame multilateralism because from that perspective, multi-stakeholderism is on a very shaky platform. How do we change that story is what's in my head is the big question. And it's not about tactics, it's really about what do we want from public communications and how do we get there?
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that's a question or a little mini
I'm not sure if
statement.
it's a question either, but you know, the actions of those big private companies are helping the authoritarian states with their arguments. They certainly are. And you know, I guess when I talk in this talk about private companies, I'm talking about the private companies who are at that governance of the internet layer, not that sort of application layer. You know, that's a whole different story. One last question.
So the internet's reliant quite heavily on physical infrastructure, and we've seen a number of attacks in recent times on sort of that infrastructure. Do you see a role to play in internet governance to address that kind of thing? And do you see any difference in the two options that are on the sort of table and how we could sort of address that or deal with it in a better way?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say about the infrastructure part. That's not really the focus of this work. Internet governance is more at that sort of the middle layer of the internet, but the infrastructure is just as worrying an area. There are other areas where the same geopolitical battles are playing out. I mean, the story here is that there's geopolitics, and it's the geopolitical battles are playing out in these different spaces, including internet governance, but certainly also in the infrastructure space, and it is all connected. Thanks for your question. Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker is John Brewer from Telco 2. He'll be presenting on infrastructure mapping for communications resilience.
Tēnā koutou katoa. For those of you in the room who don't know me, I'm going to give you about a minute of what I did over the last year, because otherwise I'm just going to be explaining it all tonight again and again. So I operate AS138041, which is a small network with one customer. I have a couple of POPs. I have about 70 routers I look after, a lot of devices that on a busy day move about 2 megabits per second of traffic. It's all telemetry. So I do that. I'm an APNIC member. I'm involved in internet governance processes, involved in APR IGF, so the Internet Governance Forum for the region, for the last 10 years. Involved in APNIC, going to all of the in-person meetings over the last 10 years. And let's see, what else? I do consulting work. I'm a radio engineer. I engineer and license radio licenses for 30 or more companies in any given year, mainly internet service providers and power utilities. And I do some consulting work on the economics of telecommunications. And so last year I had 3 papers. One of them was written for Asian Development Bank, published by National University of Singapore on mobile broadband affordability in some Asian countries. One of them was for Association of Progressive Computing. It's a South African nonprofit, and that was on
public Wi-Fi programs in Asia and Africa. And the third paper was for Hawke's Bay Regional Recovery Agency and Hawke's Bay Regional Economic Development Agency. And for them, I made this map. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that project today. Oh, I don't have a view of the screen. Is there a way, Booth, can you get that on this one? No. Okay, I'm going to be looking at the screen quite a lot. All right, so I have been making maps of infrastructure for 20 years. The one on the left is a radio prediction map from a company that I used to own that was a wholesale wireless broadband provider. The one on the upper right was my very first attempt at Google Maps. That's also around 20 years old, and those were active sites and sales targets for that company. And on the lower right-hand side, I actually made a national broadband map around 15 years ago. And that was, as you can see, DSL coverage and cable TV, DOCSIS coverage, and so on. That was done in an application called Google Fusion Tables. So I've probably used a dozen or more different mapping tools quite actively over the years to make these infrastructure maps. Yeah, so radio coverage maps, sales targets maps, schools near fiber, unconnected communities. I did quite a bit of work for Te Puni Kokiri around getting unconnected Maori communities connected to the internet. This was, again, more than 10 years ago. I helped a few organizations with their RBI2 bids. Sadly, Lachlan is sick with COVID right now, but his company, Aunet, I helped them with their bid for Hawke's Bay. And they, as a result, built quite a lot of infrastructure around here. Broadband quality maps, submarine cable maps, subway maps, and broadband affordability. And so this one was quite a neat project. This is the affordability of broadband at every one of 1.77 million properties in New Zealand. And it takes into consideration what broadband was available at that particular location, how much that cost, and what the household income was in the mesh block, in the smallest statistical area of New Zealand, what the household average income was in that area. And so we have affordability. The ITU generally considers if broadband is more than 5% of your household income, it's unaffordable. And if it's 2% or below of your household income, then it's affordable. So we've got our red to green scale there. Apologies to the colorblind. I've since been told many times that I should use other colors. Anyway, so yeah, submarine cable subway maps. This was quite a lot of fun, but it's very useful to take physical infrastructure and abstract it for explaining how things work occasionally. Shared radio spectrum interference prediction maps. So there's some radio spectrum in New Zealand that is used for LTE, that is shared by wireless internet service providers. And when you go to write a new license next to your neighbor, you need to take into consideration how much interference you could be putting into their subscribers. And so I wrote this tool in Python to do a lot of calculations based on a Monte Carlo analysis. And it comes up with a map and little red and yellow pins, which can be quite useful. Space lasers. This is also written in Python. I am not going to reveal any of the license holders in this case, but these are all links from New Zealand to geostationary satellites. The data that I use is generally free. Most of the data that I use is free for anybody to download. I get my data from the ITU, from New Zealand's GNS, from Land Information New Zealand. That's a picture of their interface on the left that I use both via the web and via API. MV's Register of Radio Frequencies, which I use via API. NASA's SRTM data, which last I checked, I still had to FTP,
which is pretty gross, but whatever, you do what you do. Solar radiation data from NASA, they call it their power database, and I get that via API. That's really, really cool. NIWA, of course, NIWA SolarView, which I use in my mapping. From Statistics New Zealand, which ends up being spreadsheets, which need quite a lot of work to turn them into useful geodata. From the World Bank and from US Geological Survey, Earth Explorer. So this data, especially when it's tabular data from stats or so on, there is a lot of clicking at the numbers that look good and avoiding the numbers that look bad, staying well away from the bad numbers. I have used some tools like OpenRefine to do my data munging, but mainly I write in Python and Postgres and do lots of operations. Sometimes munging the data involves taking over some computers for a few days or a week. A few people in this room have contributed computing resources to my projects in the past. Thank you for that. And this one in particular was me tying up a very expensive Amazon compute node for a week and spending about $1,000 just doing data analysis on one project. So yeah, this was supposed to be a talk about resilience. And as it turns out, nobody wants resilience. Nobody wants to pay for resilience. There's no business case for it. I get this a lot. It's like, who's going to pay for it? Enterprise and government pays for resilience. And back in the day, I did a project with Telstra Clear for New Zealand Defence Force that was all about providing resilience to defence bases. I did a project for Telstra Clear for Customs and Border Operations, which was all about providing resilience for airports and seaports. I did a project for McDem, which was all about providing resilience for the Beehive. And I just went and looked in their registry of radio frequencies last week, and I found the licenses for that service that I would have designed in 2010 are still there. Somebody's still paying the license fees. I imagine if I look up on the roof of the Beehive, I'm still going to see those antennas up there. In the event of the big earthquake, the Beehive could tilt itself over by about 45 degrees. It could rotate by about 15 degrees, and it'd still work. As long as the batteries didn't fall, out of their strapped cabinet, I think that would still be working. So, nobody cares about resilience until things like Cyclone Gabrielle happen. If you are from overseas, if you are from out of the region, maybe you don't know the impact that Gabrielle had on this region 2 years ago, but this is a photo. It was pretty bad. A couple of nights ago, I ordered a few bottles of wine from the Gimblett Gravels, and I said to the people at the table, we won't have this wine anymore because the Gimblett Gravels were covered in mud 2 years ago. And so we really won't be having a lot of the wines that we have had. Hawke's Bay was really terribly affected by this. And so as a result, a few months later, the nice people at Hawke's Bay Regional Economic Development Agency, or REDA, and the Regional Recovery Agency got in touch with me, and they said, John, how do we prevent this from happening again? And I guess I better say, in addition to being quite muddy and people losing their farms and their houses and their vehicles and loss of life, it was really terrible, but also at the same time, entire communities lost connectivity for up to a week, like everything. They had no landlines, they had no mobile phones. This is from the Telecommunication Emergency Forum, which is a subgroup of the Telecommunication Carriers Forum. This is straight out of one of their reports, and it shows the percentage of cell sites online by region from February 14th. Gisborne, Taratafiti, that was hit worse, but Hawke's Bay certainly had quite a hard time. And yeah, you know, the 20th of February, there were still communities completely disconnected. So my customers said, well, how do we prevent this from happening again? My remit was first a map of infrastructure that could be added to the regional government's GIS systems. And the map was to be the basis of analysis for paper. And then the paper, considering the hazards and vulnerabilities, recommendations for working with utility operators and landowners on making the necessary infrastructure resilient enough to withstand future events. And there will be future events. If we look back at natural disasters in Hawke's Bay over the last 20 years, Gabrielle was not the first time that we had landslides over quite a bit of the region. There have been 3 other events where heavy rains and heavy storms have caused masses of earth to break free over large parts of the region. And when that happens, you lose power lines, you use phone lines, and you lose roads. You lose road access at the same time. So it's not new. So what sort of infrastructure are we talking about? Well, telecoms access. My customers wanted to know, where's all the fiber? Where are the cell towers? They're still to this day very unhappy about the loss of their cellular service, especially because people in rural areas here absolutely live and die by their cell phones. So they wanted to know about the fiber trunk routes because there was the loss of 4 of the 5 fibers coming into the region. Thankfully, Chorus was able to keep 1 up through the storm, so the region wasn't completely cut off, but it was very close. They wanted to know about all of the power infrastructure because there was a flood of a substation. So they wanted to know about the lines, the transformers, and the substation locations. They wanted to know about the national grid. And of course, they wanted this overlaid with their own disaster recovery response command centers, the MRI, the hospitals, and the emergency services transmitters, because there was a case of not just the cell phone towers going off, but one of the towers used for emergency services transmission also lost its power and had a generator failure. So there were some quite significant interruptions. So here we have a map kind of showing most of this information. I've got the power lines in purple. I've got Chorus fiber in blue here. I've got cell phone towers, I've got Mirai. Anyway, this is all basic stuff, and this was nothing different from what I'd done for other maps over the 20 years. So this is kind of really normal, easy stuff for me. And now we get into the danger zone. We have a lot of hazards to consider when we're looking at infrastructure resilience. And the biggest one possibly here for this region is landslide risk. And these are computer-generated maps that take into account the composition of the land, probably modeled off of LINS data, or there's another agency that has soil types and so on, but also the ground cover. Because when you have steep land, or the steepness of the slope, when you have steep land that has been clear cut of trees and planted with grass to run sheep on it, that land doesn't survive very well when it gets lots of water. Tsunami inundation. And no, we have not experienced a significant tsunami here in New Zealand as they have in Japan and Indonesia, but one day it will happen. And when it does happen, I can guarantee you that the Mahia Peninsula will be cut off for some time. And New Haka will definitely be underwater. So these are well-defined maps, and it just happens that there are parts of Hawke's Bay that are very, very vulnerable to tsunamis. Detention dams. So this is just dams, big ponds. When we have an earthquake, they are likely to fail. And so you have to expect there's going to be flooding downstream of them, and they have pretty well calculated maps that show where the flooding is going to happen. These areas can also flood when these dams overflow, as in they have too much rain. So these will be ponding, flooding areas. Flood risk areas. So you look at this map, and if you hadn't just seen the photo of Hawke's Bay from 2 years ago, you'd say, well, this is crazy. Look how much of this place is going to flood. And it just so happens, yes, actually, this is a computer-generated model, but it pretty much mirrors what actually happened in reality as a result of Gabrielle. This is where it's going to flood. And when it floods, I guarantee you any active electrical infrastructure at ground level is going to short. It's done. Liquefaction, earthquake risk here. Anyone familiar with Christchurch lately will notice that parts of Christchurch have not been rebuilt. Parts of Christchurch are all very low-rise buildings now. It's a very different looking city from what it was prior to 2011. In these areas, we expect in a big earthquake for the ground to turn to jello and everything above it to it's going to be much worse than shaking. So these are very well-defined areas, again, mathematically modeled based on the soil type and composition and proximity to fault lines and so on. Active faults. Active faults. We know where the faults are. I mean, I live in Wellington, so I live right on top of some pretty dodgy faults, but at least I live up on a hill that is a little ways away and has a lot of rock mass underneath. These red lines here are, or the dark lines here are the actual faults, and the colors are what they call fault avoidance zones. And green on this map is what they call a well-defined fault avoidance zone. They basically said mathematically within a recurrence period of this many hundred or this many thousand years, this fault is going to rupture, and in this area that we've mapped out, it's going to be quite bad. So when local and regional governments are considering allowing people to build things, they don't let you build a house in the green areas. But when it comes to telecoms infrastructure, yeah, whatever, nobody. I was around during the days of FX Networks building their network, and let me tell you, nobody really thought much about where the faults were. It was, how do we get the fiber the cheapest way through the easiest ground to dig into in the rights of way that could be achieved. Yeah, active fault. Now, there were some things that I didn't consider for this project because I couldn't get the data. But if I were doing it again and I had an unlimited budget, I would be going for it. And in that case, one of the hazards is volcanic ash. And what happens with volcanic ash? Well, if you've got solar panels, it's going to cover your solar panels. And that sucks. But the real danger is the mix of volcanic ash and rain falling on transformers, falling on electrical lines. It will cause things to short out. Quite reliably. So you definitely have to protect against ash flow. And this map here, this is a 3 millimeter ash fall likelihood. And in that center area around Ruapehu and Tongariro there, that's like 10-year recurrence. That's their prediction for that. So we get down here to Hawke's Bay, and a good part of the region we should expect to have ashfall in a 50 or 100 year time frame, and that really needs to be taken into consideration along with space weather events like our colleague from Chorus was talking about in the precision time protocol talk earlier today. Shake maps. When I designed the resilience service for the Beehive in 2010, I did consider shake maps, and they have 2 radio links going to 2 different parts of town that are in low shake
areas and are on different fault lines. And that's when you're building resilient infrastructure. If you're trying to protect against an earthquake, you need to take a shake map into consideration. Wellington has them published because we really think about those things. We don't have any for Hawke's Bay that I know about. And fire risk. So this map actually came from the California Public Utility Commission, CPUC. And CPUC, of course, with the LA fires earlier this year, CPUC has been in the news. In these areas since 2020, if you are a telecommunications operator with a cell tower, in a red zone, your cell tower is required to have 72 hours of backup power on site since 2020, written into law in California as a result of cellular outages at the times of fires. What happens when you have fire conditions in California? They ask the grid operator to turn the grid off because a lot of the fires are started by sparks off of the power lines. So the cell towers in the red areas here all had 72 hours of backup power when the fires happened in January, and for the most part, they all continued to operate, which is pretty cool. So putting it all together. Here we have the case of one hilltop in Hawke's Bay that has both cellular and emergency services transmitters on the same hilltop. We have two issues here. It's microwave fed, so microwave actually survives really well. Nobody had to replace any microwave links that I know about in Hawke's Bay as a result of Gabrielle. What does happen though is the power lines. We have power lines here with utility poles in high landslide risk area. And it is very likely that in a big enough storm, you're going to have a landslide underneath a power line. Your power lines are going to break. But also, you're going to have a landslide on the access track that gets you up there. And at least in this location, it's pretty easy to land a helicopter. It's been a long time, but I have been here. But some of the places around the region, you don't land a helicopter. And when you have inclement weather and an ongoing storm, sometimes it's not going to be okay to land a helicopter for a couple of days. So you should expect, given the right storm, this location is going to lose its cellular connectivity within around 4 or 6 hours of a significant storm, and it might not be restored for a couple of days due to access issues. Oh, and also it is not just a single power feed, but a single transformer. So a transformer accident could also cause the same issue. So here we have an issue with fiber going over a bridge. I have obscured the location, and I'm not identifying any particular carrier's fiber here, but I can say it's all of them. So we have layers upon layers upon layers of risk here. We are in a liquefaction risk. The whole area here is liquefaction risk. The particular area of this bridge is in a tsunami risk and a flood risk. Not even considered by these risks are the risks of vandalism and theft. And in fact, if you know which bridge this is, you'll know that there was some vandalism and theft that did cause a complete outage of communications to Wairoa last year this time. Anyway, hard work. Final one, since this in the title of the talk did mention fiber to fault lines, here we are. In this case, one of our operators actually has avoided this fault risk by using a different road, but 3 others are going along this road and right through the middle of a well-defined fault avoidance zone, and it is the
the primary path of data into the region. So when we have an earthquake, you should expect that this will break. It will break here at this location because it's going to shift like that. And fiber doesn't like doing that. So who knew? I mean, my gosh. I always thought it was pretty flexible, but whatever. So that is it. So I did this project. I wrote a paper. I made some recommendations. They were not well received by the Telecommunication Carriers Forum, which is why I'm not talking about this paper. I am just talking about the maps. Very happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Have you done any of this sort of analysis on Australia?
I have not.
No, you don't need to, I don't think. You might have fast internet, we don't have any of this.
I know. I was not expecting anyone from any of the carriers involved in this study to ask any questions. So it's okay, but yeah, sure, feel free to grab me later if you have any questions in private. Oh, there's one, yeah?
Not to be too controversial, I'm not with the carrier now, so I can talk about it. So do you think services like LEO satellites and that give some opportunity, at least at community level, for to provide transmission paths to improve resilience? Now,
I actually know quite a lot about this. Thank you for asking this question. It's actually not a plant, but we have two situations with LEO satellites. Situation number one is you have a terminal and you have enough electricity to give that terminal 100 watts continuously, as long as you need communications. That's situation number one. If you've got that power, that's great. I have enough power at home to power my Starlink terminal for 16 hours. I have big batteries up in the attic. And yes, I have a Starlink even though I'm on fiber, and I have mobile backup too, but that's just me. It is expensive to have enough backup power to power a Starlink terminal. That's number one. Number two is what some people, including the TCF, suggested, is direct to handset satellite communications. Now, when the Starlink direct to satellite, direct to phone network is fully built out and fully functional, it will have the ability to support one active call per 10 square kilometers. It'll have the ability to support something in the order of a few tens of kilobits per second of data per square kilometer. This is not going to work. This is a solution if you're in a national park somewhere, you are away from all communities, you need emergency connectivity, and you're the only one who needs it. This is fine. When you're in an area that has hundreds or thousands of people across a region and all of the communications is gone, no. Direct to handset LEO communications is not a backup solution. It will not be. It's an official promise that text messages, yes, true, and you know what? No. And in fact, the Commerce Commission already slapped Vodafone with a few $100,000 fine about their original claims of what Starlink direct to handset was going to do and when it was going to happen. And you'll notice that there are pretty much no claims left online about when these networks will be available and what they will be able to do. Nobody will make those claims because nobody wants to get slapped with another few $100,000 fine. Yes? Your microphone's coming.
You had a graph there of the cell towers.
I did.
It started at 80% before. Sorry, that slide that you had of the cell towers online, it started 2 days before Cyclone Gabrielle at 80%.
It's gone. You would have to ask somebody from the TCF TEF group. There are some people from that group here in the room today who have pointedly not asked me any questions. So find those people and ask them about that particular chart. All good? I'm safe? I don't see any red dots on me.
Completely unrelated. Was there a telco one?
No, well, I mean, I actually chose the name Telco 2 because I wanted to piss off David Ware, the guy I sold my last company to. So. I succeeded, by the way. Yeah? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker before afternoon tea is Craig Young and Vivian Chandra on resilient and inclusive networks.
Tēnā koutou katoa ko Ingarangi no Kauturana, ti whapapaparanga mai Ingare, no Manawa tū au, ko Otutahi te whenua tupu, ko Tamaki Makaurau te Kainga, ko o te tumu whakarau o Tuans, ko Craig Young aho, tēnā koutou katoa. My ancestors come from England and Scotland, and if Ancestry.com is right, I'm more Scottish today than I was yesterday. So you keep getting new things coming out of there. I was born in the Manawatu. I should really say Palmerston North, but it's really hard to pronounce for a starter with Te Reo. I grew up in Christchurch, so I'm a fanatic Crusaders fan, and we're doing so much better this year. I live in Auckland, unfortunately. I'm the CEO of Tuans, the Technology Users Association, and I think we're your light entertainment between now and afternoon tea, because, you know, when we put our little proposal together, we thought, well, let's have a crack. Let's put something up that feels a little bit out of place at an NZNOG type conference. Not that I've ever been before, so I shouldn't make any snap judgments. But we wanted to, you know, bring something different and a little bit more, I don't know, human focused and think about where we come from when it comes around networks, etc. I have a useless piece of information that I just read about. Did you know that New Zealand exports 50% of the world's carrot seeds? Did you know that? And they're at risk of climate change. I'll just throw that one out there, just to make it interesting for you. We're going to introduce ourselves properly in a little bit, but I wanted to say, why is Tuans here? Because we're a users group. That's in the name, and I often have to explain to people where we fit within the technology. And you know, if I drew a circle graph, what do you call them? Yeah, pie chart, all those sorts of things. We're the ones not really interested in the industry, not really interested in the professionals. That's not quite true, but we really are interested in the use of the technology, where it gets used, which is we probably more align with Internet New Zealand than some of the other groups. We are very clear. I mean, you would have known us as the Telecommunications Users Association. We quietly changed the T in COVID. We were going to do a really big, you know, push, mugs, hats, all those sorts of things, gifts to journalists. They missed out. But COVID happened, so we changed the T to technology. And so we are about this vision that all businesses and individuals in Aotearoa will have unrestricted access to the technology and services needed to thrive, that no one misses out on the opportunities in technology, and digital engagement is safe and inclusive for all. And so the difference between just being the Telecommunications Users Association means we get to play in all sorts of different spots. And so the 5 themes that we have for the next 2 years are around access and inclusion, so very much what you guys do, very much around some of the stuff that we're going to talk about shortly, very much around what happens in rural New Zealand. You know, it's about everyone having access. Trust and safety, how can you be safe online? We've started doing some work with the Ministry for Women around online harm, etc. Education, how do we get more wahine and wahine Māori and Pacifica into technology and into digital roles? Doesn't matter what that role is, can we get more of them into the room, and Māori and Pacifica in general? We just think for 2 reasons. One, it's the right thing to do, but secondly, it's a whole talent pool that the organisations I represent are missing out on. They're limiting their options by not going down that track. It won't surprise you, generative AI is still on the top of the list. We're still working through that. What does it mean to actually do it responsibly? And then data privacy and identity. What does that mean for people? Now, you've already seen pictures like this one. So yes, I did Google. That might be the bridge, Jono. It is the bridge. Told you we were going to be the light entertainment. So the reason why we decided to put up a paper was because Viv was going to be here yesterday for Sisters, and I thought Napier, Cyclone Gabriel, resiliency, networks. It sort of came together, and we thought, well, we'll put our paper in. And we said, we want to talk about networks from a human perspective. And it really came home to me after Cyclone Gabriel. Some of you might know one of my predecessors called Ernie Newman, been around a long time. He did 12 years at Tuans. I'm trying to beat that. He said to me right at the very beginning, he said, Craig, if you can do your job right, there's 3 telcos. If 2 of them are members and one's pissed off at you, you're doing your job right. So I'm obviously doing it wrong because they're all members at the moment, but still, one of them we almost lost after Cyclone Gabriel because of some comments I made in the media about maybe about the length of time getting some of their cell phone towers back up and running. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I do remember having to deal with that and say, well, I don't agree with you. So that's where we come from, because we're the independent voice of users. So look, you know all about closed or washed out bridges between the 2 cities, separating communities and whānau. And the first person I talked to from the Hawke's Bay in person after the cyclone was at a lunch meeting in Auckland, nothing to do with technology, but he knows I work in the space. And he said, I got caught on the wrong side of the river and I could not let my family know that I was safe. And that really pissed me off. So that was the sort of thing that brought it home to say, when you're sitting there trying to get your networks back up and running, or your networks are falling, things are happening, there's always a human impact at the end of it. And that one's just a really little story, but it's like, that's why we work really hard to get the network back up, because people like that need to be able to tell their whānau they're okay. They might not be home today, but they're okay. He wasn't worried about when's the bridge going to be rebuilt. He was worried about just letting his family know. And there's all sorts of other examples we can talk about, communities using mobile data to coordinate, remote education, healthcare, all those sorts of things that come from that. I do want to acknowledge you, the audience, and I recognise the amazing talent in this room, your technical expertise, your ability to pivot, the things that you do. I've been sitting here listening to the presentations and I know a little bit, but not a lot, not enough. So when those diagrams go up, I can sort of make sense, but not really, because I'm an accountant by profession. But yeah, so I recognise that you guys do an amazing job. All I'm here to do is just to remind you, just if you take one thing away from today, is the reason you do your job is because of someone on the end of it, doing something that's really important to them. So there's no diagrams. I want to tell you a little story when I first joined. So I was at William's over there. I can see William. And John and I talked about doing some jobs for Telstra Clear. I jumped into Clear when I realised that Clear Communications on the IT space, when I realised that accounting was really boring and I didn't want to do it anymore. And so I got into technology, into business analysis, etc. Anyway, I moved through Telstra Clear. My last few years were dealing with telecom as a reluctant wholesaler in those days. Is that the right word to use? Yeah. I used other words for them, but they were known as the dark side in our house, the evil empire. And so when I was approached and said, would you come and work for telecom, I said a very strong word off, no, I'm not. And then they said, what about this chorus thing we're setting up? Because I'd been working on the unbundling stuff from the other side. Come and work for us and help us set it up. And so I like to think that I'm the first employee of Chorus, because I started 1 week before we did the operational separation. So technically I was working for Telecom, but I was actually employed to be Chorus. And they didn't know what to do with me. So I went to work. Most of what came into Chorus were the field service staff. and the guys that knew how to run NEXs and had all the manuals behind them, etc. What's this business development guy going to do? What sort of access do we give him on his access card? Oh, we'll just give him what Bruce Buttercombe had. Bruce Buttercombe was the head of field service. I could get into every telephone exchange in New Zealand. Would I take a screwdriver in with me? No, hell no. But I will, so what I've done is, for example, I've been through the Napier Exchange with a guide, but I have also been in the Waipawa and the Waipokorau without anybody else. And I've wandered around and had a look. That doesn't happen anymore, does it, Chorus? No, but so that's where I come that, I know a little bit about networks, but not enough to be, too much, not enough to be dangerous. So our core idea, and I'm going to get Viv to introduce herself in a moment, is our networks are not just infrastructure. They are essential lifelines that enable the well-being and prosperity of every New Zealander. So building resilient, accessible and inclusive networks is a human imperative. So I'm going to let Viv introduce herself now.
Kia ora, everyone.
Oh no, I've still got more. I've got more, don't worry.
Ke te noho aho ke roto I te taumarumaru o te pane o Matooho. I sit in the shadow of Mangere Mountain. I tipu mai aho I ngā tahata o te moana o Manuka Nuka o Hoturoa. I grow better on the shores of Manuka Harbour. No mareha aho, I'm originally from Malaysia. Ko Tamaki Makota te rohe ke te piriti o Mangere aho e noho ana. I currently live in Auckland, Mangere Bridge. About an hour away from Craig, because Auckland is massive. And ko Vivian Chandra Tokuunga, my name is Vivian. As Craig has started talking about is where is the human in all of the amazing stuff that y'all do and put together. And so we thought we'd start with some of those network resilience things that actually John introduced really, really well, but kind of more from a slightly funner perspective. The first one is this one. I was really amused by this one. Where's my notes? Sorry. I was really amused by this one earlier because it was, I just saw it on slate.com, and apparently sharks have been trying to eat internet cable since 1987, which I just thought was a really amusing factoid. Probably not as interesting as the carrot one though. The other one is another one of those real life examples of what happens, and this is one that affected me personally. And in fact, that photo there, which I don't know if I'm allowed to share this, which was on interest.co.nz by Juha, was actually from my partner on a bike ride, because we live in Mangere Bridge, and some vandals thought that the fibre cable was some kind of cable that they could sell, and then they cut it, and then it wasn't, and so I don't know what they did with the cable, but it took out a significant chunk of Mangere and Mangere Bridge and further south for quite a while. And that was only in September 2024. And then this one here, it's not actually the real photo, which is why I've labeled it not a photo of the incident. But about 2 decades ago, I had just concluded in the org I was working with moving all of our emails away from an on-premise server into the cloud. And I was so proud. It was my big first technical project. And then literally the next day, or maybe a couple of days later, a giant truck took out the telecoms line outside our building, and I could send everyone home. And this was like 20 years ago. It was so cool. I was like, go work from home. The emails are in the cloud now. And everyone was like, what does that mean? But it was really cool because it was like almost like a direct proof of like the expense I'd made, being able to having shown a business, what's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know. What is it?
You know what I mean. And so then Craig's going to talk about the numbers and things that go around that kind of stuff.
This is a double act.
Yeah.
So when you're thinking about the numbers, and we don't really have a lot of numbers around what the impact is because it's such a complex thing, but we sort of look at it and going, networks as lifelines, they can have a huge impact on a couple of things. And it's not just about what happens immediately. So, the first thing is definitely disruption of essential services. John already talked about it. We talked about it a lot around, that's the first thing that often goes down and the things that it's concerning. But you also get these other human impacts of outages, and crises, etc., which is isolation and loss of social connection. So the longer it goes on, those sorts of issues start to creep up. Now, you may not think about them, but that's happening out there where somebody's, isolated in a property. Maybe they don't have transport or they are unable to transport themselves. The road might be open, but maybe they're in a chair or they have health issues, but their connectivity's gone and their alarm button doesn't work, and maybe the connection they've got back to the health service doesn't work. So you get that sort of thing happening. And then the third thing that happens is that real economic and social impact of downtime. And it can be across all sorts of things and all sorts of environments. So, it's not just about that essential service. So we talk about the impact on the end users, so that sort of thing for them. And there's all sorts of case studies, we could start to look at. And so John has already looked at, what happened here in the Hawke's Bay, Christchurch, very different city from what I grew up in. It's very hard for me to find my way around anymore because they keep moving the one-way streets. One day Turum Street's one way and the next day it's the next, but hopefully they've sorted that one out. So look, it comes back to what do end users expect? Because that's who we represent. Unfortunately for you, they have become incredibly reliant on these services. So we talk about broadband and connectivity being the fourth basic utility, water, housing, roads, water, electricity, roads and broadband, because everyone's using it. So they are expecting faster responses to outages and cyber threats. They're wanting transparency on your reliability metrics and incident reporting. They want to know that you've got a resilient network and what will happen if it goes down.
And also we're looking at the reality of the digital divide. So this is a really cool cartoon I found. It's actually Pulitzer Prize winning from Charlotte Observer in the States. But here in Aotearoa, there's some very real challenges faced by these end users. So we know about rural and other underserved areas. So from the ComCom report itself, Commerce Commission, Federated Farmers put out a research report in 2023, and I'll just read one of the comments from it, one of the bits from the report. So in particular, comments from the farmers frequently raise concerns about quality of service. It is seriously slow, reliability of service, non-existent most of the time, and the cost of monthly plans for internet connections that suffered from being slow and or unreliable. So it's, and like this is the people that we expect to feed, like not only like our country, but also significant chunk of the world. In fact, carrots. And then also, John talked about the affordability barriers as well. And so it's another quote from the Digital Inclusion Alliance. New Zealand does regularly rank amongst world leaders in terms of access to broadband internet. So in 2016, the World Economic Forum gave New Zealand a score of 6.8 for network readiness infrastructure. However, in terms of affordability, New Zealand didn't fare so well. It has a score of 4.6, well below a whole bunch of other countries. So again, we've got this divide of the people that have awesome stuff, and then the people that don't just don't. And it's to me, this is a field I've worked in for quite a while, where it doesn't make sense in Aotearoa to have that divide, and a lot of it is just really the way our policies are created to create that choice.
I wonder just as a slight take, do you notice someone's dress up here? And I've gone for, you can't quite see, I've got Groku, baby Yoda on my sock, so we have gone on theme. So just finishing up with this one, just, give you a bit of a laugh.
Hashtag ADHD.
Yeah, which one of us has got ADHD? What end users expect, and this is not necessarily from you guys, but particularly from policy makers and providers, and I know it's tough out there. I've been talking particularly to the WISPs lately, and the wireless ISPs, but we can't afford to stop investment in rural broadband because urban continues to go ahead. And you heard it this morning from our friends at Chorus about the fibre boost. We are already significantly ahead of those guys on the other side of the Tasman, and we are about to go even further. They want fair pricing and competitive services no matter where you live in New Zealand, which is why I'm so keen to see Project Kuiper and the other satellite services get in the air, because I don't want us putting all our eggs in one basket, and the person who owns that one basket is, moving on. And open access policies to, we want choice, we want affordability, and we want competition.
And also sometimes it's not just the actual processes, and society at large that does that. Sometimes some of the products and things that we make ourselves as the people in the room that make products and systems for all kinds of techie solutions that are techie solutions to all kinds of things, put up challenges, unique challenges for people with disabilities, language and cultural barriers, gender and socioeconomic factors. So I think you'll get a copy of our thing. I don't know. I've just put a ton of links in the bottom of this. Well, actually, I don't know if the version they have of it, but anyway, there's a ton of links at the bottom of this, but I'll just really quickly go through these sort of 5 examples. So top left is the airport scanners. So anyone that's done any traveling lately will know that if they, they do the initial beep thing and you might have something, you go through the scanner. It's okay for a lot of people, but for trans people, people that are black with like big, thick African hair usually, or people that wear cultural or religious accessories. So I just learned about people with waist beads from certain countries in Africa. They all get flagged, and then it's suddenly, oh, what are you hiding? And it's all because, we created a system that was made for a certain type of people and not for all. The other one is crash test dummies. Cars have been around, or crash test dummies have been around since 1971, and they invented the woman one in 2023. You might not think that that's a big deal, except that actually what it is that people with uteruses have lots more deaths when it comes to having a seatbelt that goes right across your waist. And so that means that they just haven't been testing for that, and cars have been killing people with very small accidents just because they hadn't tested for that. The one on the bottom left was a funny example pre-COVID, but then became quite serious. So there was a lot of things that work on skin tone recognition and this was a hand wash example by some guy who was like, look, it doesn't work. And then he put an A4 bit of paper on top of his hand and it worked. Again, it's a funny example. He can't get hand wash, but then when it comes to a global pandemic, when we need to have access to soap, and then all of a sudden he can't wash his hands. The facial recognition technology. So we already know there was an example just earlier this year of a woman in Rotorua that was it was a false positive. And then the last one is even just things like cultural appropriation and how we do that one there is a fashion example where a Samoan design for a tattoo was used as a Nike clothing Nike activewear, but there are examples of that within technology where specifically like some computer games, for example, have also culturally appropriated many different indigenous cultures globally. And all of this kind of stuff just shows the human stories of how different things like some of the networks and some of the products that some of the organizations in this room are making are creating that sort of exclusivity instead of inclusivity. Cool.
So we know things are always changing and coming. So we know there's next gen networks coming. We're talking about 6G. We're talking about good comments around the LEOsat stuff, but certainly, satellites are going to be more and more prevalent. We hope that they're going to help with the accessibility gaps. Not sure about the affordability, but that's something else to be discussed. We've got AI and automation coming. What are the opportunities and what are the risks around that? Sustainability and green networking. Reading a really interesting book I've just from Ezra Klein from the New York Times and one other guy called Abundance. He says, why should we, and he's he's left-wing, greeny, why should we think abundance is wrong? We're still talking about how you can do that. So what are the actions we can take? Well, we can all commit to having these resilient, accessible and inclusive networks. We can, as network providers, we we can have dialogues with end users. We can go to events where you actually get to talk to people that live and work in these places, and I'm going to tell you about one in a minute, and hear what they're thinking and what's important to them, so that when you go back and design things, you've got other ideas in your head. Share best practices. NZNOG's great, because you're all here in the one room under one banner, not competing, but talking about the things you can do together. And then support community initiatives, because sometimes, and this has been one of our policies in our rural stuff for quite a few years, which is local solutions for local problems, because sometimes local people actually know what works. Which hill gives you the best views, but not only that, will be the easiest to get that landowner's approval, because there's enough of those out there where not in our backyard sort of works as well. So those are the sorts of things that we can do. And I did want to mention, because I'm allowed, I've got 5 minutes left. Some of you would have been to our Rural Connectivity Symposium over the years. This year we've renamed it. It's the Connecting Aotearoa Summit. So we're looking at anything that stops people from getting connected. So we're looking at rural, what's happening in rural New Zealand. We're looking at affordability, we're looking at international developments, and we're looking at equity, and there's one other, resiliency. We're looking at all those things around that question. So Wednesday, the 21st of May at Claudelands, and if you look at the price and it's too expensive, just drop me a note and I'll see if I can do a deal. And I think, for the last words, I'm going to give it over to my friend Viv.
So yesterday at the IA Sisters Workshop, we were asked to introduce ourselves with what we love about the internet. Amongst all of the answers, most of the people mentioned connectivity. So connecting with friends and whānau, both here in Aotearoa and globally. So I want you as network operators to challenge yourselves. We know what it's like to be able to instantly connect to people and to information, and to do it easily and quickly. What would Aotearoa look like if everyone here had that access? What would it mean to have that kind of information available to everyone? And if we kept that in mind when we implement our networks and our systems and our programs. Kia ora, everyone.
Any questions?
No, that's all good.
All right, thank you, Craig and Vivian. Let's take a break for afternoon tea and be back at 3:30 for lightning talks. Is it tomorrow? Sorry. Is that it? Is that the end of it? Oh, it's not lightning talks.
The next session starts in 5 minutes. Please, could you make your way back to your seats as soon as possible? Thank you.
Hello everyone, we're going to kick off in about 1 minute, so if you could take your seat, we'll kick off shortly. Okay, we're going to kick things off for the afternoon session. This is our IX update session. So, we've got both a OpenLI update and then some various IX updates from all our IXs in the country. Just before we go into all of that, I just want to give you some details on the evening activities. So most of you have picked on your registration form. You're either doing a outdoor escape room or you're doing the aquarium where we've got drinks and nibbles. So if you're doing the outdoor escape room, you need to meet Bex in the front of the Scenic Hotel, which is over the road. This is Bex over in the doorway there, at 4:30 this afternoon. Please be on time. It is actually a competition, so we're talking NTP kind of time rather than PTP kind of time. But anyway, on time roughly. Carrying on, so 5 o'clock we've got the aquarium. So the buses will leave for the aquarium from the Scenic Hotel. This is the rear part of the Scenic Hotel. There's like a car park and a roundabout they can kind of turn around in. So that's at 5 o'clock. So if you're staying here or anywhere nearby, please go over to the hotel rear entrance, wait for the buses from 5 o'clock. If you're doing the beach cleanup, please be on time and try and do the early buses if possible. I think there's 2 buses going, just in circular, kind of in and out. Yep, cool. And then carrying on later on after the aquarium and the outdoor escape room, 6:30, we're back here for our dinner and drinks. So just whenever your activities finish, you'll have your bus or come back here. Anyone who's not doing the activities, feel free to turn up here from 6:30 or so, and we'll entertain you till whenever. So yeah, we'll try and go through that again. We're going to put it in the Slack channels for anyone in the Slack and sort of go from there. Anyway, so that's Bex, thank you. So moving straight ahead, we've got Shane Alcock talking next, and he's going to be giving us a OpenLI update. Thanks, Shane.
Right, thank you, Dave. Yes, my name is Shane, and today I'm working for Searchlight, so I'm going to talk to you about my work on OpenLI over the past year, the world's most popular open source lawful intercept solution. So there's a few things we're going to cover today, so I'm going to try and whack through it pretty quickly so that we can all get to our activities sooner. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is we've done a lot of work in making sure that OpenLI can support mobile networks. And the biggest thing is, yes, we've done it. We have had a successful deployment with a European mobile carrier. So we're intercepting their calls, both 3G and LTE calls, and SMS. So that's a first for us. We were able to undergo some compliance testing with their relevant law enforcement receivers, and there were a few minor interoperability issues at first, but we got through those pretty quickly. And in general, the feedback we got was very positive, especially from the guys that were handling the receiving side. They were very impressed with what we were able to do, being such a small outfit. So yeah, that felt pretty good. Mobile data on the data side, so I spent a bit of time revamping all of our mobile data intercept code to support 4G EPS data. So now we're able to track mobile sessions based on both versions of GTP and intercept the user traffic either if it has or if it doesn't have the corresponding GTP-U encapsulation. So essentially we're kind of ready for intercepting mobile data as well. All the output is using the correct ETSI encoding. So yeah, it's really just a matter of finding out if anyone actually is going to use it. The next topic is the a newer set of standards, the 103.221 standards. So first I'll sort of lay a bit of the groundwork for this. So this is kind of what we deal with now in terms of being a lawful interception provider, is that every vendor tends to provide their own sort of interface for managing intercepts on the devices directly. So things like, how do you actually tell a device to intercept some traffic and push it into our collectors? How is that traffic encapsulated? Turns out that's different for every vendor. They have their own custom protocols that they like to wrap things in. And even the channels for reporting failures back to the provisioning device are different, right? So every single vendor that comes along, we have to write some custom code to handle it. But there is a solution. So people have actually sat down and decided that we should standardize this kind of thing. So there are two standards. The first one is 221-1, and it defines the X1 protocol. And that is essentially the protocol for your LI provisioning or your LI management system to be able to communicate with vendor devices, right? And so that handles the intercept request side of things, and as well as obviously any replies that come back from the device, like, hey, I can't do that. So all of that is unfortunately XML encoded messages, but the schema is well defined, and the idea is that this is how you tell a device now that you would like it to intercept this traffic and send it to this collection point. And the other side of that are the X2 and X3 interfaces defined in the 221-2 standard, and that's an encapsulation format for any packets that are being intercepted on a device and then being passed on to a collector or some sort of other mediation function. Right, and so this encapsulation is actually a lot more robust than what we typically see in vendor implementations. It's using a nice TLV-based protocol, so they're able to include a lot more useful information in those intercepted packets. Transport is all TLS over a TCP stream. Right, so these standards are actually mandatory for anyone implementing 5G networking, right? So these are baked in. So that means that a lot of IMSs and other mobile networking equipment already supports these protocols. Everything else, though, is going to take a little while to converge because there's no incentive. So unfortunately, all of the more fixed line networks are probably not going to have a lot of X1, X2, X3 capability in the short term. The other thing is, of course, that the standards are not an entirely perfect solution. There was certainly a lot of design by committee that took place when they were coming up with these standards. And so you end up with a situation where, there's about 16 different packet types that can be shipped over the standard to an LI collector, which means that we have to support all of them. The plan is for the OpenLI collector to be able to ingest these X2, X3 messages and convert them into the corresponding ETSI compliant intercept records. So far I've implemented support for the SIP and the RTP PDU types because those are the ones that I have good examples for. And we're currently in process of beta testing that with a customer. So you can expect to probably see that in the next OpenLI release. Longer term, we want to support more of the PDU types. So that's, again, just a matter of getting some good examples and also starting to think about how we want to handle the X1 side of this equation because that's a little more complicated, right? At that stage, we're pushing config into other people's devices, and so we need to think a bit more carefully about that. Right, moving on. Turns out SIP is complicated. So when we're doing voice intercepts within OpenLI, we have to very carefully keep track of the SIP state for every single call that goes on. Right? And every SIP message corresponds to potentially an IRI record that we have to intercept, produce, and send on to the agency. Typically, an OpenLI collector just sits there passively capturing SIP traffic, right? And in the case of SIP over UDP, so the old school traditional SIP, this works pretty well, right? Every datagram corresponds to one message. It's easy for us to parse and handle. But things get a bit more complicated once TCP gets involved, right? Because TCP is a stream-based protocol. So we now have to deal with the possibility that large messages might span multiple packets, and that is increasingly true in this day and age. I don't know if you've actually looked at the size of a SIP invite recently, but they cram a lot of junk in there now, and it's typically larger than a 1500 byte packet easily. The other issue, of course, is that small SIP messages might get aggregated together into one single packet. So we have to actually walk through the packet and split them up. The other challenging part, of course, is it's TCP. Packets can be lost, they can arrive out of order, be retransmitted, all that kind of stuff. The other fun part, though, and you may not realize this, is TCP doesn't have to retransmit the exact same segments that were lost, right? It can re-segment the stuff that it needs to retransmit. So a retransmit may be larger or it may be smaller than what you saw the first time around. So in general, we have kernels and network stacks, and they all handle that part on behalf of the application. But OpenLI doesn't get that benefit. We sit outside of that, and so we have to do the TCP reassembly ourselves, and it's hard. So if you've actually been reading any of our release notes over the past year, you will notice that in those notes there are a stack of fixed TCP reassembly bug where X happens, fixed it where Y happens, right? And we've had some particular users who have been quite affected by this, and they've been very patient, and I would like to say thank you to you, because you know who you are. But I'm pretty sure we got them all sorted out now, right? So we haven't had any major issues for a little while, so hopefully that's all sorted. But SIP also bugs me in other ways. So here's a scenario that I ran across a few months ago. So we had a voice call taking place between someone with an iPhone, someone using a Samsung, right? Simple enough, right? Your iPhone initiates the call and the session management happens over TCP, right? It's just TCP SIP. The Samsung, the other phone, terminates the call. What do you think happened next? The SIP messages to end the call went over UDP. So any attempt of mine at stream management based on a 5-tuple got completely screwed. So that's something that I had to deal with. Right, what else have we been up to? A few little things. Lots of performance enhancements. I got a bit of time to sit down and do some profiling and found a few ways that we could optimize our performance and process more packets in less time. The other thing I did is I've restructured how we deal with SIP traffic, and we now support multiple threads. If you have a ton of SIP traffic, then you can now split the processing that across multiple cores. One thing that had been problematic in some deployments had been the requirement that we wanted the OpenLI collector to see the radius accounting response packets. That is no longer a requirement. It will work without it now. So that should make life easier for a few deployments. When we're writing out PCAPs of voice intercepts, we now actually include the SIP packets as well as the RTP. So that's probably quite nice. And yeah, a lot of bug fixes. And the last thing is that Richard has been very busily working away at redeveloping the OpenLI website. So we have a new website and it looks nice and shiny. It's pretty cool. And that work is ongoing, and he's working on some case studies to put up there where some of our most satisfied users will testify to how great OpenLI is. If you would also like to have a case study about you on there, then talk to Richard. I'm sure he would be very happy to hear from you. And that's it. Thank you, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions about OpenLI.
So we can take one quick question now if anyone's got one, or we can move on. No, looks like you're off the hook. Thank you, Shane. Okay, so next up we're moving into our IX update. So first of all, we've got Matt Skabowski from NZIX going to give us the NZIX update. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Dave. Hello, everybody. My name is Matthew Kobayashi. I'm with NZIX as one of the peering engineers doing all the technical stuff. I'm based in Brisbane on West Island, as we love to call it. As I said, I work for the Internet Association of Australia. We are contracted by NZIX to do technical things for the exchanges. Yes, my surname is Japanese. There is a story behind that if you want to come and find me later and ask. So just to give you a quick refresher, most of you have probably already heard all of this ad nauseam, but for those of you who haven't, this is just an overview of what the exchange consists of hardware and software-wise. So the core network's OSPF with MPLS and BPLS per exchange, also using RSVP for traffic engineering. Predominantly Extreme Networks hardware. Auckland and Wellington, we're using X870s, which are 32 by 100 gig ports. And Christchurch is currently using X690 X switches, which are 48 SFP plus ports. That is changing soon, more on that later in the preso. For optical stuff, we're using Flex Optics for SFPs and Smart Optics to do some DWDM stuff in Auckland. Fibre carriers, we're using 1NZ, Chorus and Lightwire. Our route servers are Dell R640s running Bird 207 with RPKI compliance, dropping invalids. Daily updates, route server 1 updates 2 PM, route server 2 at 3 PM. That includes the AS sets as well. Out of band is provided by the OpenGear ACM 7004-5 /31s from various providers, whatever we can get where we are. Port security is static MAC filtering, so it's just static forwarding database programming. We also do broadcast, unknown unicast and multicast or BUM traffic, limiting to 500 packets per second. Noise filter, ACLs, dropping nuisance things like STP, CDP, LLDP, stuff like that at IX ingress points. Provisioning of orders is done via our member portal at portal.ix.nz using Ginger2 templates to generate configuration and a Slack bot that tells us what needs to be deployed where and when. So Auckland IX, major points of presence, Data Centre 220, Spark MDR, 2 degrees at Albany, and Datacom Orbit and DataVault at Grafton. So Datacom Orbit is one of our, it's a relatively new site. I think that one's only been around for about a year or so. We also do virtual points of presence through Chorus Edge Connect. So if you have Chorus handover, you can use Edge Connect to get to the IX as well. Future plans, so I'll just preface the future plans bit with this is just stuff that's been discussed, nothing's set in stone yet. But NextDC AK1, which is supposed to be under construction or pending construction, that one's a strong maybe at the moment that we're talking about. And with all of them, we need your help to identify sites that you want to go in, you want us to go into, that you want to connect to the IX from. Please email us, peering@ix.nz. We do maintain a site interest register, and that gets presented to the board at strategy meetings and on a regular basis. So this network's actually been recently upgraded. You can see we've got a fair bit of 400 gig there now at the moment, so that's being supported through some DWDM muxponders and things like that to bring that ring up to a much higher capacity level than it was previously, and we've now got a lot of headroom in that core for more traffic. I've also included these graphs. You can see at the moment we're sort of tracking roughly in line with where we were last year, maybe a little bit higher in Auckland, but the growth is pretty consistent, as you can see. Wellington, points of presence, Spark DC, Featherston and Extreme DC. For future plans, as far as Wellington is concerned, we're talking about potentially introducing Chorus Edge Connect there as well, Datacom Able and Chorus Courtney Place Exchange. Again, email us if you've got an idea for a site or a POP that you want to see us at in Wellington. That's the traffic flow. You can see we're getting a fair bit of growth there in Wellington at the beginning of this year. We still haven't quite reached the peak that we reached in 2024, but we are getting very, very close, and I fully expect that we'll surpass that this year. Christchurch, points of presence, we've got Christchurch Central Exchange and Computer Concepts DC. Future plans, again, we're also looking at Chorus Edge Connect for Christchurch as well. Chorus at Avonhead and Datacom at Gloucester. Again, if you have an idea for a site for a POP that you want to see us in, please email us and let us know, and we'll keep a record of it. Christchurch traffic, it's a little bit all over the place last year. This year it's been a little bit more consistent, but as you can see, there's definitely a lot of growth there that's still happening. And that brings me to an exciting little announcement. We're introducing 100 gig ports in Christchurch. So these will be available at both of our existing POPs. Extreme X870 hardware, so it'll be the same as we've got everywhere else. And anticipated launch is June or July this year, give or take. So this just gives an overview of the core capacity that we've got in each of the exchanges, and rough figures for utilisation, peak utilisation, and mean as well over the past 90 days. So as you can see, there's quite a bit of headroom in the core network. We don't have any issues with the amount of traffic that we're currently carrying, and we're always watching to make sure that we're ahead of the curve there. So that's it for the general IX update. Network automation through the portal. So everyone who's peered with an IX probably aware of the pain point involved in updating MAC addresses and things like that when you change out a router or something like that. So currently with the portal, we have introduced the ability to self-service a lot of changes, things like MAC address updates, VLAN ID changes, conversions to LACP, AS set changes, things like that. All of that stuff can be handled through the portal. Not currently deployed automatically, it's still a manual process on our side, but at least you don't have to send us an email and freeform it to us. You can just go into the portal and do it, and it's just a standardised process now. What's next for the portal? Billing automation, so that's under development at the moment. A big shout out to our dev team over in Australia, Kyle and Cameron. Their efforts have been phenomenal in that space. We're also looking at introducing interface stats live in the portal, so you'll be able to see things like light levels, error counters, things like that in real time. And flow metrics potentially as well. That does require a re-implementation, new interface development. The old one that was in beta has gone in the bin. And there's also other stuff that we've got planned as well. You would have heard last year my colleague Aaron talk about our new compute stack that we were deploying here in NZ. We have landed on this solution, so 26 vCPUs, 80 gigs of RAM, about a terabyte of storage. It's all Kubernetes driven, mostly Kubernetes driven, not all of it. 3 control nodes, 3 worker nodes for our production cluster. We've also got a staging cluster as well, which is a bit smaller. That's for testing new portal releases and things like that. Also our metrics and network monitoring and the website, of course, is also hosted in this compute stack as well. So the Kubernetes stuff specifically, we've got the portal on there, our IPAM, which is Netbox, the website, our Looking Glass, Alice LG, asset management, automation through AWX for the route servers, chatbots, device configuration backups through Oxidized, GitOps, all that sort of stuff. All right, and that's pretty much it for the update. There's some QR codes there if you want to have a look at any of our graphs or the Looking Glass or any of that sort of stuff. Please feel free to have a look. Otherwise, feel free to email us at any time if you've got any questions or anything like that, or you want to find out a bit more about what we do. Does anyone have any questions now?
No.
Cool. Thanks very much.
Cool. Thank you, Matt. So we're going to push on into the Megaport update next. So we've got Morgan Wang from Megaport. If you come up to the stage and we'll do that. the last one, right? So there's one more after you. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Morgan from Megaport. I just do some IX update and a Megaport update here. For those of you who don't know Megaport, we are a networks as a service provider, also run a lot of internet exchange globally. One of them is Auckland MegaX. And for those of you who know Megaport already, it should be actually JB or Gav to give you this update, but they just couldn't make it. So I'm volunteered to do that on behalf of Megaport. My name is Morgan, and I'm supporting Megaport in New Zealand. I'm a solution architect, but based in Melbourne. Before Megaport, I have pretty much all telco background from Telstra, Vocus, and Macquarie Telecom. This is sorry, this is the first time I'm in New Zealand, and I'm giving it to NZNOG. All right. First thing is about the locations. Megaport is try to get into locations where our customer require and where there's a demand. So if you have any location that you want Megaport to get in, just let us know. In the last year, from last Megaport update, we have get into 2 new countries, which is Brazil and Italy. You can see from the map. And in terms of New Zealand, we have currently in 3 cities. Auckland, you have 13 locations, Hamilton, 2 locations, and Wellington, 3 locations. The details about New Zealand locations can be found here. Notice below here, the new sites are actually the which recently get in from last update. That's both CDC data centers, and the blue rectangular circle that we've done some upgrade to the existing sites. Enabled 100 gig ports to certain locations and put in some redundancy into datacom orbit as well. I'll probably come back to that later. And in terms of Hamilton and Wellington, it's pretty static now. But if you do have any location you need Megaport to be present, please reach out. We do, from time to time, put in a lot of enhancement to the platform. One of the things is Terraform. We do support, fully support Terraform, and if you're interested in infrastructure as code, that's 100% can be done with Megaport, and also we provide all the examples where every single scenario use case, you can find a Terraform example from Megaport, and you can use that as your start point to some modification and start fire up Terraform. Another thing is open metrics. That's actually based on the feedbacks from our customer. They want to see better telemetry and monitoring capabilities. So we enabled open metrics, but it is still in beta. So if you are a current Megaport customer and you're interested in open metrics, please reach out and we can help you jump onto that. And any comments or feedbacks are welcome to help us push that into the GA line. There's one thing I think pretty unfortunate. A lot of New Zealand customers still using public cloud from that side of the ocean, which is based in Sydney region. And so we do provide Megaport Cloud Router service. If you have multiple public cloud services in Sydney region, you can actually deploy a Megaport Cloud Router in Sydney instead of bring everything back to New Zealand and process them and send back to Sydney. That saves a lot of time and money to traverse the trans-Tasman transmission. We actually, Sydney is one of the first batch of sites we support 100 gig routing capability on the MCR platform. Other than that, if you need any other complex or advanced feature, network function virtualization enabled on the Megaport platform instead of doing that with the traditional hardware, we do have 3 locations in 2 availability zones available as Megaport Virtual Edge for you to upgrade, and you can enable multiple different window images on the platform, from router to firewall to SD-WAN edge. And the most, newcomers are Palo Alto Prisma and Cisco Meraki. So if you need any other windows that you think you really require and want to enable on the Megaport MV platform, please also let us know, and we'll try to make that happen. Now, finally, come down to the Mega X. As I mentioned, we run multiple Mega X globally. In APAC region, we have Auckland is one of our first Mega X location. And recently, from last update, we have enabled 4 extra locations, being Adelaide, Osaka, Dublin, and Montreal. So from Megaport network, you can actually reach out to all of these Mega X locations. If you like, you can peer to them at certain location. This is a screenshot of Megaport Auckland Mega X customer list, where you can see we actually receive multiple prefix from customers, and particularly in New Zealand, the peering behavior is pretty mature, very mature and responsible. You can see that not a lot of prefix being filtered out. And we have some, again, newcomers to Mega X joined us recently in Auckland. One of them is Starlink down here on the bottom. Another one is in the process of activation, is AWS. So please join us and peer with us, and just reach out. In terms of throughput and the prefix, it's been pretty stable from last year. You can see the traffic is pretty stable, and as of now, we roughly receive 120K IPv4 prefixes and roughly 60K IPv6 prefixes from over 100 peers. If you want to peer with Megaport Mega X, or you already peer with Mega X, the minimum requirement is we have 2 route servers, and the minimum requirement is you have to peer with 2 route servers for the multilateral peering. And we don't police if you want peer bilateral to any other peerings, like Microsoft, they do only bilateral. But it's strongly recommended if you do the bilateral peering, do the same thing, do the primary and the backup. But if you want to build more redundancy into the solution, the recommendation is actually turn off 2 ports from 2 routers, and from both routers, do the primary and the backup as well. That is highly recommended. So a single incident won't bring down the whole service. Okay, to the last point, one more thing. Last year and the year before, I guess we heard a lot of feedback from you guys, from NZNOG, that Megaport is still not in South Island. So now I'm really honored to probably let you know officially that in 3 months time, we'll be in Christchurch. And if you have any data center or any particular requirement, please reach out and let us know. And I have Keith Bryan sitting there, who is call himself president of Megaport New Zealand, right? Reach out to Keith and let us know if you need anything from us, and please do peer with us. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Morgan. So yeah, our last talk of the day is Joe Waller, come across from the West Island as well, to give us a talk on our newest IX, Edge IX. Thanks, Joe.
All right. Mine's super quick. Not as fancy as the last 2 because new IX, I'm the baby. We are still free, so if you're not connected, why not? We have 40 active peers. They're the 3 locations we're in. I didn't bother with a traffic graph because, to be honest, it's not that great yet. We're still building. So we are seeing growth, but not at the volume I'd like yet. Tuesday, I did an upgrade. I stuck in a Steam cache, so we have Steam on the IX. If anyone's, not peering and wants Steam, jump on board. We are building more POPs. We're just very slow at it because it is free. So, we're taking our time. We're not going to throw so much money at it just yet. We do other services. They're not automated yet, but we are looking at doing the pseudos. So if people want point-to-points, then we can offer that. And we do have some more content in the pipeline, so please watch this space. As I said, it is free, so please connect. Cross connects in most places here are free, right? So there's no reason not to. If you've got questions, go for it, or come see me tonight or tomorrow. I can spin up LOAs on the fly, so if you want to peer, please do so. That's it. No questions?
Any questions for Joe? No. Okay, that's the end of our day of the conference, the end of our sort of IX update. So just reminders for this evening, if you're on the outdoor escape room, meet Bex in front of the Scenic Hotel over the road. If you're on the aquarium visit, buses leave from 5 o'clock behind the Scenic Hotel. And then if you're doing none of those, or eventually you'll make your way back here, so drinks and dinner here from 6:30. Please don't leave anything in the room here just because we're packing up this room and it's going to be our dinner venue, I believe. If you do need to leave a bag here, then see Bex at the front desk and you can leave something with her, she'll sort it. Anyway, see you tonight, and otherwise see you tomorrow. We're starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Enjoy your evening. Thank you.